The broadcast is now starting.
Welcome, everyone.
In listen-only mode.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the cheers. I will call this meeting of the Somerville City Council to order in accordance with Chapter 107 of the Acts of 2023. This meeting may be conducted via remote participation, and please note that video and audio of this meeting is being recorded and may be shown live on local access government channels and on the City of Somerville website and will be available for future review. Will the clerk please call the roll?
This is roll call. Councillor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councillor Davis.
Here.
Councillor Scott.
Present.
Councillor Strezzo.
Here.
Councillor Klingon.
Present.
Councillor Wilson.
Present.
Councillor Burnley.
Present.
Councillor Gomez-Mulcad. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, here.
Councillor Pineda-Neufeld. Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Here.
With 9 councillors present and 2 absent, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to our Rule 32, let it be known that this City Council salutes the flag of the United States, and let us recall our oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the Commonwealth to the best of our abilities and understanding. We're going to begin with a moment of silence, as we do every meeting. Are there any councillors who wish to remember community members? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind people that this weekend is Memorial Day, and it's a day to honor veterans who fell in the line of duty, and it's a special occasion for me, an event for me that I take very seriously and always try to find a moment to reflect on the people who sacrificed their lives for this country. So I just would like to remember all Somerville residents who fought and died in wars, but also all veterans of all wars.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one else, will everyone in the chamber who is able please rise for a moment of silence? Thank you all. You can be seated. So, colleagues, we're going to take a number of items out of order tonight. We have a large number of members of the public here. Thank you all for being here. We're going to go through our citation and the grants of location first, and then we're going to take up 2 public hearings. The first has to do with the recognition of the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association. That's item 4.1, followed by a citizens petition that the City Council received regarding the development and zoning process. That is item 5.2. After that, we have a public speaker on item 10.6, which is related to the Starbucks unionized workers. And after that, we have a presentation from the staff, from our consultant on the municipal compensation study. And after that, we have an executive session regarding 90 Washington Street eminent domain settlement. So, let's proceed with the beginning of our meeting, please.
I'd like to add to that 9.13 to take out of order.
Councillor Strezzo would like to take item 9.13.
Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Strezzo, we have a public speaker for that? Okay. So we'll take that before the eminent domain. Thank you. All right. Will the clerk please call the first item?
Item 1.3 is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of April 27th, 2023.
Seeing no discussion, that item is approved. Next, please.
Item 2.1 is a citation by Councillor McLaughlin commending Officer Thomas Lambert for his efforts on May 18th, 2023 to save a baby who was not breathing.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief because this citation will be presented later, but I did want to acknowledge Tom Lambert, who was working a detail in my neighborhood on Pearl Street very recently. You can see it in the news. Got a call about a child, unresponsive, arrived on the scene to find a baby who was purple, was not breathing, and he took it upon himself, did not wait for EMTs, did not wait for fire, did what he had to do to save this child's life, and I just want to thank him from the bottom of my heart for saving a young constituent's life in my neighborhood. And I'll just add also, this is also a guy who a couple years ago rushed into a burning house house and rescued a family of people from a fire because the fire department did not get there on time. These are both aspects of a job that some people might not consider part of police work, but he was able to save people's lives, and he did not hesitate to put his own life at risk for people. So I want to thank him for that, and I will present this later.
Thank you very much, Counselor. This story, when I read it, I started crying, and hearing you talk about it, I almost started crying again. It is just an unbelievable act of heroism. So thank you for bringing this citation on behalf of the council. It's an honor to present it. Next item, please.
Item 3.1 is a grant of location from Eversource to install a total of 929 feet of conduit and 1 new manhole along Poplar, Linwood, and Joy Streets.
I now declare the public hearing on this item open. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item?
I have Jackie Duffy.
Ms. Duffy.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Great.
We would like to install approximately 716 feet of conduit and 1 new manhole on Poplar and approximately 213 feet on Linwood Street. This is to provide electric service to 100 Chestnut Street.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
I have Marcelo Hernandez.
Marcelo Hernandez, please unmute yourself.
Yes, this is with regards to 3 Prescott Street. I did not mean to raise my hand. I apologize.
No worries. All right, we will declare the public hearing on the Poplar Street item closed. Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, Jackie Duffy, through the chair. This is an awful lot of work down on Joy Street, Poplar, and Linwood, and I'm a little concerned, especially by one of the conditions here. This is approval condition KTR 230516. It says that engineering provided design feedback on May 16th, 2023, which is just a little over a week ago, that must be implemented in a drawing set before getting issuance of a street occupancy with trench permit. Do you know when that updated drawing set is going to come in?
They have it. We've been dealing with Kevin, Matt Vaines, our conduit supervisor, has been dealing with Kevin Roach, and they have the new plans.
All right. Well, Ms. Duffy, I got to be honest with you. That's part of the problem we're seeing all over the place is, this is a public permit. It's got a set of plans on it, so when folks get a notification, they come to a public hearing, they think what they see on the drawings is what's going to happen on their street. And if that's going to change substantially due to the input of, Kevin Roche or anybody else in engineering without getting another public look at it, we don't really have an opportunity for public feedback. So I guess my question, I couldn't quite hear you. Have those drawings already been submitted?
Yes, they have.
All right, but we don't have those drawings.
Okay,
all right.
I submitted them to Kevin Roach. Yeah, this morning that he has them. Kevin has them, and we needed to change it because of the city conduit that's going in. That's why the plans had to be changed at this late date.
Yeah, absolutely, Jackie, and I'm glad Eversource is willing to work with the city engineering in terms of the Poplar Street pump station, but this is just part of the problem. I have a hard time approving a pig in a poke. This is one of the points where the city council has the ability to approve a permit, and I think we ought to at least be able to see what it is we're approving before we do. Mr. President, I'd ask that this get sent to license and permits until we can actually see what the final drawings are going to be at the very least.
Very well. This item is referred to our Committee on License and Permits. Next item, please.
Item 3.2 is a grant of location from Eversource to install 45 feet of conduit in the intersection of Norwood Avenue and Medford Street from manhole 7419 to a point of pickup at 494 Medford Street.
I declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
Jackie Duffy, Eversource, would like to install 45 feet of conduit on Medford Street to supply power to 494 Medford Street.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? All right, we will close the public hearing on this item. Councilor Estrezzo.
I thank you, Mr. President. I would like to, hi, Jackie Duffy, how are you tonight? Through you, Mr. President, to our Representative of Eversource, this is Councilor Strezzo again. How are you?
Excellent, thank you. It would have been great if my other one got approved, but that's okay.
Bummer. Would like to talk to you. I have never received that phone call that you have promised me, or email or follow-up about some of the leftover wires from Eversource sites that are left in a lot of times just dangling, and a lot of times fall risks, hazards, trip risks. We have lots of children that walk past it, and they are sometimes your poles.
I had sent a picture of...
I'm sorry, I cannot hear. Actually, if we could, if I may, we might go along with order, what was it? Either 4.2 or 4.3. We do have pictures that accompany this order, and one of my hobbies is looking all over the city. This one's okay. Oh, no, this one's fun. This one is on Porter Street. Ms. Duffy, do you see the wires that, we might have to zoom in a little bit, and thank you, Clerk Wells. Mr. President, through you to Jackie Duffy, if you can see someone took the time to turn it into a nice little ball, but we see these wires and sites just left like this all over the city consistently, including Eversource. Wanted to know if you had any thoughts on this picture, and this is just this week's, mind you. Like I said, my hobby is putting in orders on these all over the city, all the time, every week.
That looks like it's a communication wire. I can send someone out there tomorrow and see what, but I believe it's a communication wire, it's not ours.
Mr. President, through you.
I know you said Forward Street, is that?
Mr. President, through you to Jackie Duffy, you said that before on Cedar and Lexington that was not your pole when we had a picture of that a couple months ago, but it was an Eversource pole and work site. So we can go back and check the information on that, but sometimes it is your site.
It could be our site, but that wire there is most likely a communication wire.
Okay. Mr. President.
The item before us is
I can have someone go out there
item
tomorrow.
3.2. Are there any councilors wishing to speak on this item? All right, seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Thank you.
Item 3.3 is a grant of location from Group Design Build to install 130 feet of conduit in the intersection of Prescott Street and Summer Street from utility pole 325/8 to a proposed handhole and a point of pickup at 3 Prescott Street.
I declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
I have Marcelo Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez, please.
Yes, sir. We are, as per Somerville ordinance, we would like to install or connect underground power from the shortest distance pole number 325-8 to our single or two-family at 3 Prescott Street.
Thank you. Is there any further comment? We will close this public hearing. Councilor Strezzo.
Again, thank you, Mr. President. Same questions, and Clerk Wells, can we please put up, let's spice it up. Let's put 9 Brastow Avenue this time. Have pictures to accompany this one as well. Look at this. This is so beautiful. I've seen this. This is a new trend in...
Councilor Strezzo, is this regarding the Prescott Street?
Correct. No, it is not. This is, again, order, and I had an approval from Clerk Wells to do this. Oh, is this under wire? Okay.
This is in Ward 3. This is on Prescott Street. I'd like to approve the item. Do you have a comment on this item?
On this item? Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Hernandez that, and I will with Verizon as well, that any work that is done in our community that is done with respect and not leaving wires either dangling or wrapped around or hanging off street signs, which becomes the responsibility of the city to fix and repair. So wanted to know if Mr. Hernandez had any thoughts on that. So, Mr. President, are you permitting him to answer, or would you prefer not to?
Mr. Hernandez, will you be leaving any dangling wires? You should be
yes,
able to speak.
ma'am. Yes, we are. The purpose of this project, or the purpose of this permit, is to, in fact, put both low voltage telephone and power lines underground. We do not want any exposed wires anywhere.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, that item is approved.
Item 3.4 is a grant of location from Verizon to install 60 feet of conduit in 10 Hills Road from utility pole 498/10 to a point of pickup at 77 to 79 10 Hills Road.
I declare this public hearing open. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Ross Bilodeau, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ross Bilodeau, representing Verizon New England. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Okay. The purpose for this, this was started as a customer request for an aerial to underground conversion at 77 to 79 10 Hills Road. We're looking to place this conduit from the existing pole 498/10 to the property line, where we'll meet up with customer place conduit, again, to run our wires from that pole 10 property.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really do appreciate it. So through you to our representative from Verizon, same question, and exactly your work and Verizon's work throughout the community. A lot of times I see some really haphazard wires that are very hazardous left throughout our city, left dangling at eye level. Some of them are wrapped sloppily around telephone poles. Some of them are left at eye level, can clothesline a child or trip a senior or a toddler. And as you've seen the pictures, I'm sure, from the previous two items, wanted to know if you can make a commitment to our community that you will, the work site, this one, and future sites, will be done with respect to our city and not left like that. And will your contractors, can you get a commitment from that from your contractors that you choose to work with?
Mr. Bilodeau. You're unmuted now.
Thank you. Well, like I said, the purpose for this one is to have all of our aerial cables to this put underground. So as far as this one, that's what I'm here to speak on. We shouldn't be leaving any hanging wires.
Excellent. All right, seeing no further discussion, that item is approved. Councillor Klingon, one moment before we approve it. Councillor Klingon.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Through you, just the resident is very excited to have this completed. Thank you to Verizon for getting this done. Mr. Pino is very excited to have that completed. I have just on the note of some of these orders that Council Strezzo has been putting in do come to my committee, Public Utility, Public Works. A number of them that I still have in committee are Verizon wires that are, it seems to be a number of them are Verizon that are hanging, even though they're Eversource poles. So I just want to say that, you know, I'll be taking this up in committee. I kept them in committee last time because it seems that the city is saying that they can't touch those particular wires. So there's more discussion to be had, so I'll follow up. You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. That item is approved.
Item 4.1 is an order by Councilors Ewan, Campen, and Klingon that this council conduct a public hearing pursuant to Section 7-222 of the Code of Ordinances on the application for recognition of the Gilman Square Neighborhood Council.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I would also like to sever an item from our Legislative Matters Committee, which is 6D3, if you would please read that item.
Item 63 is an order by Councilors Klingon and Ewan, Campen, and Scott and Burnley and Strezzo and Wilson that this City Council and the City of Somerville formally recognize the Gilman Square Neighborhood Council.
Excellent. Councillor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I'll be brief. I just want to kind of say a few words. It's actually pretty fitting that we have so many of the Union Square Neighborhood Council folks in the room tonight, as they did sort of lead the way, and based on that, this ordinance became a reality, and thanks to the work that you and Councilor Davis have done, we put the right tweaks in there, and we're super excited to have approved that ordinance, and now looking forward to recognizing the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association, who have really been dedicated to this area for a number of years. So this is a long time coming. Look, very excited to make it official. These folks have put in countless hours to improving this square, which is so far from where we want it to be as a square, as a green line stop, as the sort of core center of our city, as it is so close to our civic, government buildings and high school and library. So I look forward to working with them in the future, and also having the city sit down with them formally and really start to get things moving down in that square. With that, I'm sure the Gilman Square Neighborhood Council would like to come up and say a few words, unless you have some words first, Mr. President, as we do share this particular area. And this was both of our order, but I'm sure Christine has lots of words to share. Exciting.
Thank you very much, Councilor. I'll just say procedurally, this is the second time in Somerville history that a neighborhood council has sought recognition from the council under our ordinance, and part of that process is a public hearing. So that's what we're doing tonight, is the official public hearing before the council actually votes on whether or not to officially recognize the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association. So let's open that public hearing and welcome Ms. Carlino and anyone else wishing to speak on this. Please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christine Carlino. I'm the board president of the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association, hoping to be neighborhood council. I don't know what you meant by that, Councilor Klingon. I would have a lot of words. But I just want to thank you all for helping us get to this point, and Union Square Neighborhood Council for being the example and starting this whole process. It's been a long road, like Councilor Klingon has said, and we've done as much as we possibly could to make sure that we're reaching out to as many people in the community as we possibly can, and to bring everyone to the table, from residents, businesses, the developers too, and the city, and make sure that we're all working collaboratively together. So that's really it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carlino. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item, either in person or online? We'll give it a going once, going twice. Please. If you wouldn't mind sharing your name for the record.
My name for the record is Michelle Hansen. I am a member of the Union Square Neighborhood Council, and I would just like to say that we welcome Gilman Square to our party here, and just to tell you all, there's a hell of a lot more coming, so get ready. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak before we close this public hearing? All right, very well. We will close the public hearing portion. Any comments from the council? I'll just say, Councilor Klingon, please.
Yeah, I just want to set the record straight through you, Mr. President, that that's not representative of Christine Carlino that I typically get to see. She usually brings the fire. So I misunderstood, but happy to have her representing the council here, and then everybody here to support. That was really great of Michelle to come up and say some words as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank you and everyone on the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association who has been putting in this work for years. And I think that the public-facing part of that is the festival that is just completely taken off and is such a wonderful community event and is a ton of work. But behind that is just meeting after meeting after meeting. Some fun, some less fun. So thank you, and thank you all for the work that you've put in. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you can do. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the speaker. Really happy to see this come forward. As Councillor Killian mentioned, we have been working in Legislative Matters Committee for a while on, and with the help of work from Councillor Ewan Campen, as well as Councillor Scott, and members of the administration to try and simplify the Neighborhood Council ordinance. And that's really the goal. Best thing I heard tonight is that there's more coming, and that's absolutely our intent. So I'm super happy about that. I hope that every neighborhood eventually will have a neighborhood council, and we even allowed them to overlap a bit because that's how Somerville works, right? So I will enthusiastically, I'll be happy to make a motion if one is ready. I'll move to approve the item, approve the recognition.
Excellent. Councillor Davis moves to approve item 6D3, the formal recognition of the Gilman Square Neighborhood Council. Discussion on that item. Councillor Burnley.
Thank you, Chair. I could not help myself have to just give congratulations to the council and to the community for doing this work. The Union Square Neighborhood Council has been an inspiration, I think, to what feels at this point like a generation of Somerville. I mean, it's been going on for so long, and it really is it has not been more timely to do this work than ever before, I believe, in Somerville. We have quite a lot of development that is happening across our city, whether it's Union Square or Davis Square or Assembly Row. And as someone who lives a couple blocks away from Gilman Square on Bartlett, Winter Hill, I know that that development is also coming for our part of the community as well. And I believe it is so crucially important for us to build up these neighborhood structures, have the support and power of community, and able to counterbalance these mega corporations that want to move in and drastically change the way we live in this community and the cost of living in this community. And so I am just incredibly inspired and gracious for the work of Gilman Square neighbors who have come together as artists, as educators, as urban designers who have scientific explanations about green infrastructure, and so many incredible conversations I've been able to have with some of my neighbors. And I'm very, very much looking forward to the work you all will do to keep people in Somerville and make sure that their standard of living only improves as time goes on. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to congratulate, of course, the Gilman Square folks on all the work that it takes to compile the bylaws and meet the requirements of our ordinance. As the Chair of Legislative Matters said, we're continuing to strive to make that a little bit easier, but I think it speaks well, and I encourage anybody to read the 34 pages of bylaws that were provided, as well as updates on their local elections that happened in 2021, and I think are probably going to be happening any day now if they're on the same timetable. So congratulations to them. I see how much work goes in the Union Square Neighborhood Council to get their annual elections done and to, or biannual elections done, and to recruit new talent to be engaged in the board there. So I know it's an exciting moment to recognize this growth of a process to something that gets officially recognized, and just want to congratulate everybody on USNC and GSNA or GSNC soon, on all their hard work to get there. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. On the item, let's take a roll call, please.
Absolutely. On the item number 22-1271, that this council and the City of Somerville formally recognize the Gilman Square Neighborhood Council. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Burnley.
Aye.
Councillor Gomez-Mocad. Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Pineda-Neufeld. Councillor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
With 9 councillors in favor, none opposed, and 2 absent, that item is approved.
Thank you and congratulations. Which brings us to our first item that we're going to take out of order.
And that is item 5.2, a public communication from 138 registered voters submitting a petition requesting a public hearing regarding transparency in the development process.
Excellent. So thank you all for being here. We have a sign-up sheet of people who wish to speak on this, but I want to ask, is there someone who wants to introduce the petition itself, or should I just go straight to this list? How would you all like to proceed? Ms. Hanson? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
There we go. Thank you.
If you would please introduce
Okay,
yourself
this thing
again.
needs to turn around because it makes me nervous. Okay. So I think we have a presentation first, slightly. I'm going to introduce it, and then there'll be other speakers, and then there are people with 2 minutes.
Excellent. I'm happy to sponsor you all, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Michelle Hanson. I'm a board member of the Union Square Neighborhood Council. My husband and my families have lived in Somerville for over 100 years. We are hardcore, dedicated Somerville people, and now how very lucky we are to still be here when so many of our friends and family and neighbors have been forced out. It is important to always remember that the decisions made by the mayor and her staff, city council, city departments, and all of the city boards, such as the planning board, impact everyday lives of the Somerville residents more immediately and directly than do the actions of state and federal legislators. The zoning and the ordinances they pass, the projects that they permit, and the funding they allocate to different departments and organizations throughout the city determine the quality of life for the people of Somerville. This is why transparency at all levels of the development process is essential. We are here tonight to challenge the city and all of its entities to commit to a more honest and collaborative approach to planning new real estate development in Somerville. The city contends that they have created a process in which the community has agency. But what does that really mean? When in the end, the community's input does not make it into the developments permitted by city boards and created by the developers. Every group that you will hear from in this presentation tonight has experienced frustration and anger after being invited to participate in development processes and then having our suggestions misrepresented, dramatically changed, passed over, or simply rejected out of hand. And often the city's hired planners cherry pick the long-range goals and neighborhood plans and summer vision to further the needs of developers, not residents. We, the small businesses and the residents that created the value that has attracted developers from all over the country, are the ones who are paying the price for the destabilizing and sometimes even destructive development projects. Destructive because he displaced people and businesses without taking responsibility for the disintegration of community that results. And destructive because they failed to make significant contributions to the core goals established in the city's comprehensive plan. Everybody remembers Summer Vision. Presently, neighborhoods across the city, following the example of the Union Square Neighborhood Council, are organizing to say no. Not unless you, the mayor, you, the city council, you, the department staff, you, the city boards, and finally, you, the developers, work with us collaboratively. Us, the residents, us, the small businesses, the neighborhood organizations, and us, the seniors and youth of Somerville, to offset the negative impacts of your luxury developments. You must cooperate to preserve what is irreplaceable, so irreplaceable, and work hard with us to build a new community that has the best of the old. There is so much best here, and some of the new. There is a better way to plan and develop. Tonight we will offer general suggestions to move the city in that direction. After tonight, we will bring before the City Council specific ordinances and amendments to the zoning code to get us to a better place. We do not expect to do this alone. The City Council and the mayor must create community development strategies that serve all of the people of Somerville, especially those vulnerable to displacement and gentrification. Protect those who live, work, and create in Somerville now, rather than those who want to use Somerville to make as much money as possible. I'll say that again, rather than those who want to use Somerville to make as much money as possible. They can take care of themselves. We can't emphasize enough that something has to change. In Somerville, in spite of appearances, planning by the administration is not for the people, nor by the people. Let this hearing be a step towards a more inclusive and less performative development process in which the community can actually recognize their input in the final products of development. Thank you for your time.
Welcome, and please introduce yourself for our record.
My name is Allison Schultz, and I'm a resident at Brick Bottom Artist Building and one of the 100 people who founded that development. And the statement I'm reading has been put together by the residents here at Brick Bottom and also the trustees of the Brick Bottom artist community. The Brick Bottom residents' voice in our city planning has had so little impact that our morale has cratered. The reality is that Somerville's process silos the input of residents. While the city's planning division meets regularly with developers, addressing their needs, there's limited process to effectively incorporate those of the residents. We advocate for integrated planning, but do so in a vacuum. All we ask for is a place at the table to help shape the future of our neighborhoods. There is inequity when all transitional areas are concentrated in one part of the city. The Brick Bottom residential community is burdened by being within one and surrounded by others, the high-rise zoning on McGrath Highway, Union Square East, and Innerbelt. Over the course of 2 years, we've attended 16 neighborhood meetings for 5 buildings that border our live-work community, along with dozens of zoning board, variance, and urban design meetings. And this is before Brick Bottom's own urban design framework is in place. Creating a neighborhood council is unfeasible for our community of 250 residents compared to, let's say, 10,000 in Union Square. We participate as individuals in the process, but are unable to realize tangible results. We advocate for integrated planning, smart contextual development, incorporating traffic solutions, and adequate open space, all quality of life issues. But our voice and concerns are disregarded, and here are examples. The zoning ordinance for Union Square East sub-area, allowing unlimited height, was submitted and approved an hour after the Land Use Committee chair closed public and written testimony. Brick Bottom resident Kim Schmauman raised the interpretation that in the zoning, mechanicals had to be included in the maximum height. After his letter to Sarah Lewis documenting this, the city amended the zoning to explicitly exclude mechanicals from height calculations. In the 5 200 McGrath neighborhood meetings, our residents voiced strong objections, seeking a range of 6 to 9 stories as contextual to the surrounding neighborhoods. The end result, 12 and 16 stories plus mechanicals approved, almost 4 times the height of the Brick Bottom Artist Building. Sarah Lewis's summary to the planning board on this project did not actually convey the level of community opposition. And since only one neighborhood meeting is obligated, 3 of the 5 neighborhood meetings we attended were not attended by planning staff. Likewise, we asked for regional planning addressing the combined traffic impacts of Boynton Yards, McGrath High Rise, and Brick Bottom development. Instead, we got a patchwork of signage and diversion in response to one project's projected 3,600 daily vehicle trips. In 2019, we petitioned the Land Use Committee to change the zoning for 51 McGrath from 5 to 4 stories and 35 McGrath from high-rise to 5 stories to create a step down on height to our residential building. The result? 35 McGrath will be 9 stories plus mechanicals. We asked for those mechanicals to be set back to reduce shadows on Brick Bottom. The Urban Design Commission instead requested an integrated penthouse, making the facade even higher. In the planning meeting discussions, the question was raised about displacing parking in Brick Bottom. And this was a direct quote from their minutes. Is the community expecting that? Are they going to be the face of that change? We have not been contacted by the city planners to discuss the removal of residential parking. Instead, it was the North River developer who revealed in March that all parking on the odd side of Chestnut Street would be eliminated this summer. Our repeated outreach to Somerville Mobility Department has been unanswered. We have participated in years of visioning for our district, the 2010 Enter-Built and Brick Bottom Plan, the 2014 Brick Bottom Land Use and Planning Project, and starting in 2020, the Brick Bottom Small Area Envisioning Plan, proposing a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood that is walkable, connected, offers multiple types of open spaces, and serves as a destination for both artists and art lovers. And if this vibrant mixed-use neighborhood was actually being created by all these meetings, we wouldn't be here tonight. The 5 development projects surrounding us are all slated to be biolabs. Thank you.
Thank you. Young man, would you introduce yourself, please?
Still young for another week or two. My name is Rand Wilson, 3 Leicester Terrace. I live in the vicinity of Davis Square. With me tonight is Rod Badero from District Council 35 of the Painters Union. First, I want to talk very briefly about escape development in Davis Square and a covenant that was reached there, and then I want to talk with Rod about the importance of local hire as a priority in the planning process and how it seems to be missing. So just briefly, in a neighborhood meeting with Councilor Davis, in an offhand remark, I learned that a covenant had been reached with Scape Development. Scape is building a 120,000 square foot mixed-use residential office and retail space up above the Burren and down across to Grove Street on Elm Street. And this is a pretty big project in our neighborhood, and it was a complete shock to me that a deal had been reached with Scape with apparently no community input at all. The deal, as I understand it, is $10 a square foot, which I think comes to something in the neighborhood of $1 million for sidewalk improvements. I don't know if $1 million is, you know, a lot or a little. I mean, it's hard for me to calibrate that relative to the overall scope of this project, but I think Scape could have done better. And I think if we had had neighborhood input into this thing, it wouldn't just be about the sidewalks in Davis Square. It would be about jobs. It would be about affordable housing. It would be about health care, a lot of issues that we're facing in the community. The city planning department could have done better. The mayor could have done better with Scape Development. Now, most of the dialogue in this community is about affordable housing and linking that to the development process. And that's understandable. We have a housing crisis. People are being evicted. Rents are skyrocketing. But it's not just a housing crisis. We also have a jobs crisis. We have a jobs crisis because while the rent's too high, the wages are too low. And if we raise wages, then people can afford those rents. But in the planning process, we're not seeing jobs on the table as something that the developers have to make a commitment to. We have been up in this council for decades trying to get local hire, and we have because of the work of the Union Square Neighborhood Council, we had some aspirational language in the community benefits agreement that was reached with US 2. But when we actually look at the numbers, it's a disgrace. It's nowhere near close to what we had expected in terms of local hire. And the commitment that they made has to go beyond putting an ad in the newspaper. Now, I'm a member of the Somerville Jobs Trust, and there's a commitment there from the city, but we don't have the teeth to get to bring the Jobs Trust to bear on giving Somerville residents a crack at these jobs. So I'm not as eloquent as some of the other speakers or prepared, but thank you. So with that, I want to give my colleague and friend Rod Badero just a minute to talk about our campaign to win local hire in Union Square and what we could accomplish if the city would prioritize local developers, making sure that Somerville residents have a pathway to the good union jobs our community needs. Rod?
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Rod Badaro. I'm a former resident of Somerville. I lived in Union Square, 218 Somerville Avenue for over 20 years. My wife and daughter both graduated from Somerville High. And the day that I was assigned business representative for the city of Somerville, it was like the world circle, everything going back. I remember taking a picture with my wife at the same corner where we're doing a job action but for 3 months. My wife was pregnant of my daughter back in 1997, April Fool's Day, snowstorm. Everybody remembers that day. I was on that corner. And that corner was the place where we were informing the community about a contractor that was hiring out of Rhode Island that was not working in best efforts to hire locally, but they would put an ad on the paper, and the Somerville residents that were supposed to be working on that project, on painting, they would have to drive to Rhode Island to apply for a job to work in Somerville. And through investigation, and I want to thank Somerville Stands Together and the Union Square Somerville Council, the Union Square Neighborhood Council, because the job action now is generating half of the crew of that project now, the core and shell of that building, half of the painters working that project now are Somerville residents at the moment. And we have a verbal agreement once we talked to the general construction, because the developer had nothing to do with it, they didn't care that Somerville residents were not working on that project. So the general contractor had to come up with some money, but Somerville residents are working on the remainder of that core and shell, and the tenant fit out, according to the general contractor, they will work a community responsible based contractor. That what I can tell is the only reason the Somerville residents are working on that project now is because of the Union Square Neighborhood Council, Somerville Stands Together, and people from Somerville. Otherwise, it would be just another informational line. With that being said, I want to open the opportunity every business day of the month. DC 35, we are located in Rosendale. We are looking for apprentices. That's what we offer. Careers, not just jobs, opportunities for women, minorities, anyone that's looking for opportunity on painting, drywall, finishing, glazing. You can give my numbers, members of the organizing department. That's what we represent. We want people from Somerville from now on to work on Somerville jobs. So people like me cannot move out of Somerville. Thank you for the opportunity.
we shouldn't have to stand out in front of Gilbane Construction and US 2 with a banner for 2 months in January and February to get those local jobs. Give us the teeth. Give us the opportunity to have local hire.
Here's your fire, Councilor Klingon. I'm Christine Carlino, Gilman Square Neighborhood Association. You know, Gilman Square is small, and folks are just getting to know it. We've been around forever. You just didn't know it. And so we're at the beginning of our development journey, sadly. But let me go through the list of the process that we've been through over the last 15 years. Keep in mind that word that was used earlier, performative. In May 2008, the GLX proposed sites were announced. Gilman Square was one of those sites. In February of 2014, the Green Line Station area plan for Gilman Square was approved. This was a multi-year process with several community meetings that resulted in a well-balanced plan. In 2015 and 2016, we learned of the budget cuts that forced the GLX project to cut out the Gilman Square Station head house from the plan. That caused in 2018 to 2020, Gilman Square Neighborhood Association pushed to engage with the city to readdress the design of the square through a pretty extensive multi-year community process, which resulted in 2019 GSNA signing a memorandum of agreement with the city. And in 2020, the city tasked us with actually writing an RFP to get the development process going. That was halted once COVID hit, but we were able to re-engage later in 2020. The city did a feasibility study on the streetscape with ARIP. Also in 2020, GSNA petitioned to have the zoning map rezoned for 4 parcels to meet the density requirements of a transit-oriented community. 2 of those parcels were approved, while 2 were not. One of those was the mobile station on the corner of School Street and Medford Street. And the reason that we were given for that particular parcel being rejected was that the city wanted to be able to afford it if they wanted to take it by eminent domain to include it in the development of the Holman's site. This was never discussed with community. It was never brought up in a community meeting at that point. No one in the community had agreed to eminent domaining that particular parcel. In 2021, the city hired NBBJ to do a massing and zoning study that once again, for the 3rd time, reconfirmed the desires of the community to have 4 to 6 story buildings with a central civic plaza, small local businesses, and affordable housing. In 2022, the city planning did yet another community meeting, which again confirmed the desires of the community. And then again in 2022, a CAC was formed, a civic advisory committee was formed under the guise that if the community decided to go urban renewal, which would lead to eminent domain of the mobile station, which again was never approved by anyone in the community, that the CAC was legally required. The formation of this CAC essentially pushed Gilman Square Neighborhood Association out of a leadership role in the community in engaging in the development process of the Holman site. While we have 1 representative on that panel, we are not engaged with the city on any of the planning that happens on the Holman site. This year, in February, we had a community update meeting that essentially was a performative meeting where they told us that not much was happening. The TPSS artwork that the community had worked very hard with the city Somerville Art Committee on isn't happening. The plan is on hold. We're talking about temporary activation of a site that right now is a dirt pit. We've had, over the course of the last 10 years, we've had 5 different planners in OSPCD who have been working with us. We have a complete and total failure of leadership. We have a history of delay tactics, changes in process, added tasks that need to be done, like, for example, a disposition study that now needs to be done, which is going to push any sort of further process out until the beginning of next year. So we were told not to expect any more community meetings until the beginning of 2024. So you can see GSNA has been completely cut out of any of these conversations. We have performative community meeting after community meeting, and after 15 years of process, we have a dirt pit that the city is talking about putting snow storage and a parking lot next to a train station, which is just a complete and total failure of planning. GSNA wants leadership. We want someone in planning who knows what they're doing, knows how to implement, can set a schedule, commit to it, and get it done. We want the planning office to listen to us, to take the many iterations of a process that have already happened and use that to implement development on the Holman site. Smart, community-based development. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Gibbs. I'm a resident at 9 Linden Place. I'm also the director of the Community Action Agency of Somerville. As you know, CASA's mission is to eliminate poverty in Somerville, so the focus of my remarks will be on how the situation that we've described affects our low and moderate income neighbors and how the promise of Summer Vision 2040 was not fulfilled. For many years, the city's planning staff have conducted rituals of public participation, that's another way of saying performative, to plan large developments, neighborhoods, or the city as a whole. Residents, nonprofit agencies, and small business people faithfully participated, telling planners what they need and hope for. The planners then made the choices that they think are best, producing plans that are in important ways inimical to what they were told, and instead reflect the priorities of the largest developers. The Summer Vision 2040 process came out of the blue, having not been in what OSPCD had presented to the City Council in its FY 2019 work plan. It was organized and conducted hastily, unlike Summer Vision 2030, which was carefully conducted over 3 years. I was asked to participate in the Summer Vision 2040 Steering Committee, and I was glad to serve. I hoped it would be an opportunity to advocate for development that would benefit our low-income residents, while generally adding to the overall health of the city. Unfortunately, this was not my experience. At the first Summer Vision 2040 Steering Committee meeting in April 2019, members were divided into 7 topic groups and told that the first drafts of their reports were due July 1st. Final drafts were due October 1st. This was a hasty process, to say the least. Roughly half of the 70 individuals appointed to the steering committee actually participated in this process. The 7 groups were not allowed to meet with each other to assess how the areas for which each was planning, such as housing, commercial development, open space, and transportation, interact to promote, constrain, and transform each other. So there was no systemic analysis of how recommended changes would be paid for or how these changes would impact the most needy among us. Any means that we choose to meet our city's many urgent needs requires us to find a means to pay for it and invites us to consider the equity of what is being proposed. But no group was charged with assessing the fiscal impacts of their recommendations, and no attention was given in Summer Vision 2040 to how we pay for what we want, how we will make the tough choices if we can't, and who will bear the brunt of these choices. This continued a failure to implement a mandate in Summer Vision 2030, which stated, quote, require that land use permit applications include projected fiscal impacts of the proposed development on the city. The ignored mandate's intent was not just to estimate the increased revenue and, more importantly, expenses that the project produced for the city. I would argue that projected fiscal impacts include such items as increased costs to the city resulting from increased need for human services, homelessness prevention efforts, and public health services that result from development, as well as tax revenue and infrastructure expenses. It required a systemic understanding of our land use choices' systemic impacts, which we still don't have. The entire Summer Vision 2040 exercise felt more like window dressing when we saw planning staff repeatedly advocating specific policies rather than serving as neutral facilitators. As the process was nearing completion, they proposed numerical objectives for new housing units, jobs, and a reduction in the open space acreage goal. The steering committee rejected these proposals in favor of ones based on our city's needs. For example, we asked for a goal of 1 job for each working resident and of 20% permanent affordability for our housing stock without regard to the number of units created. The approved Summer Vision 2040 plan is filled with many more worthy objectives than can be achieved with available resources. There's no analysis of how they interrelate, which are more important, how they will help or harm particular groups, and which should be prioritized in order to create the capacity to tackle others. City officials can cite Summer Vision as authorizing whatever they wish to pursue, so long as it was mentioned in that plan. The Planning Board, rather than our elected representatives, have the statutory authority to approve the comprehensive plan, but they don't have the capacity or obligation to implement it. So we ended up with a document that gives license to the planning staff to do as they wish, rather than the guidance to do what we need. And they have used that license, developing plans that undermine the jobs, open space, and affordable housing goals that we laid out in Summer Vision 2040. Thank you.
Hi.
Welcome.
I was also part of on the steering committee, and the man speaks the truth, every syllable. In 2006, a settlement agreement.
We know you, but please introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. Bill Shelton. I'm also on the board of the Union Square Neighborhood Council. I think I need my glasses. Thank you for your patience with me. In 2006, a settlement agreement concluded 3 lawsuits that activists had successfully prosecuted in response to egregious Assembly Square planning decisions. It subsequently became politically expedient for those who had persecuted the activists to praise us. But by then, much of the potential for Assembly Square's development to improve the lives of people who actually lived here had been lost. Yet a substantial amount of Assembly Square can still be redeveloped. So in November 2020, planning staff retained an outside consulting team to conduct a week-long charrette. Many local residents participated, expressing their needs and hopes. And many who participated had expertise in housing, economic development, urban design, sustainability, and infrastructure. The consultants welcomed and incorporated their insights, and participants left feeling elated. Then nothing happened. 11 months later, the planning staff released a draft Assembly Square plan and asked that it be approved in 3 weeks. In critical ways, the draft plan incorporated the opposite of participants' stated desires. So there was an outcry and a long back and forth. And in the back and forth, little was produced in terms of movement on the issues. But the interaction did suggest for whom the planners were planning. I will give you 3 examples. If the northern road that enters Assembly Square from the Grath Highway were moved further from the river, it would consolidate green and open space, making much more green and open space usable. Planning staff told us that it would be too expensive to move the road, and we assumed that meant that it would be too expensive for the city. Eventually, we learned that it is the developer for whom it would be too expensive. Second, the draft contains no asset, landmark, or design that can distinguish it as uniquely Somerville and be a source of pride or a place for us to come together as a community. Charette participants' solution to that was a linear park running the length of Assembly Square. Like Ramblas in Barcelona, it would host artists, performers, craft vendors, and street food. The consulting team was enthusiastic. But the draft plan amputated the park where the Kmart used to be. It seems the developers wanted to build a 200 by 300-foot building, which simply because of the size of its footprint would be an urban design atrocity. Finally, the essential reason why we began to work for Wise Development 24 years ago was that there were so few commercial properties in Somerville that we could not pay for the services we needed or provide jobs to 87% of workers who lived here. City officials now seem to accept this as an operating principle. It's worthy of considering. But few have engaged the evidence enough to understand how far away we still are from where we need to be, despite the biotech land rush, or how little developable land remains in the city. Charette participants emphasize this over and over throughout the week-long process. The planning teams, one of the reasons why it was a great planning team of consultants was that they had an urban economist who very much not only ratified this, but presented calculations to demonstrate that. But planning staff later told, but the plan itself, when we finally read it, designated that 50% of new development would be housing. Planning staff later told us that this was an error, and it would probably be 40%, or a little less. Of course, most of that would be unaffordable to people who live here. The rationale is that residential is needed to ensure an 18-hour-per-day neighborhood. And that is right. That is necessary. What they're wrong about is how much is needed to accomplish that goal. Also, as important as the proportion of affordable housing is whether the built environment itself encourages people to linger or to flee. Ramblas, for example, thrives for much more than 18 hours a day. As of now, the Assembly Square plan is in limbo, but with the current zoning in place, as it is, developers can obtain approvals for projects that will make our hopes and dreams impossible. That concludes my remarks, but based on what we've heard so far, if you would indulge me, I just want to make two more points. You're going to hear some specific suggestions about how to make the process more responsive. Perhaps the dream is that it could actually be collaborative, that people in Somerville who actually care about where they live and know something about what they're talking about could participate. But none of those suggestions is ultimately going to have the effect that we want to achieve without a transformation in the culture of the planning staff. Last point, and thank you again for your indulgence. If our only affordable housing plan policy is to keep building unaffordable housing, of which 20% of the units are affordable to at least some people, only a math moron would imagine that we're ever going to reach our goals. Because if you're really willing to look at how much developable land we have left, we will never reach 20% permanent affordability, because the base against the 20% is constantly moving into the future, moving away from us. And what we're doing instead is absorbing the land that could host open space and the commercial space that could pay for affordable housing and open space. Thank you.
Does that conclude the presentation part? Okay. So that brings us to the public hearing. We have a list of public speakers that you're on. Tori, are you part of the presentation, or do you wish to be a public speaker? Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Tori Antonino. These are protest wings. I'm deadly serious right now. Just want to talk a bit about the Union Square Neighborhood Plan. So 9 years ago, there are hundreds of us, and we gathered together in the Armory, and we were there and had expressed hopes and dreams around what we wanted to see in Union Square. We engaged in hundreds of hours of charrettes and meetings at the old post office, where we drew pictures and looked at pictures and circled ones we liked the best. No, this is the character, and this is how we want to, this is what Union Square is going to look like. And so what we offered were how we really want to increase our green and open space. We want to make these parks places where people want to be. Because we had so much density, residential density in Union Square and around, we said, okay, so perhaps not as much housing, but if it is housing, let it be affordable. We wanted office at the time, before COVID, because we knew we needed a daytime population, because we had languishing businesses in the square who needed that daytime traffic. So what we got was a master developer that had been rejected by the Civic Advisory Committee. And this master developer was the one who wrote the neighborhood plan. And they paid for it, and they massaged what they wanted versus the input that they got. So we got a plan from the master developers who built Union Square. Plan called for much more residential than what was specified in Summer Vision. Minimal new green and open space, especially where the green line block is, and a massive and out-of-place above-ground parking structure, a series of 4 large and unaffordable housing developments, each of which have replaced commercial uses. And these 4 developments do not include the 25-story monstrosity that US 2 is building, unaffectionately known as the Bacon Building. Yeah, it's not pretty. The rationale for this increased residence that was offered by the planning staff was that young adults in roommate situations who have outbid families for the existing 2 to 4 bedroom units in neighborhood residences would go to the towers, and they would rent US 2 and Alonce Assoon's smaller units, allowing them privacy and something more in line of what they might want, so that this would free up the housing stock for families to move back into the neighborhood residences. This housing solution was the answer to the housing crisis, and if you look in the neighborhood plan, they talk about housing diversity will solve the housing process. So we did it. So if you are in a roommate situation and like to move into one of the towers, you can do so at $6,000 a month for a 2-bedroom. Or if you can't afford that, just go to Alonce Assoon's building, and it's $3,000 a month for a studio that can't fit a queen-size bed. So, I I'd say you can find a 2-bedroom at Alon Sassoon's place, but there are 99 studios in 1 bedroom, so you can't. So you have to go to the tower. So who can move into that? Not my neighbors, who are roommates struggling to make ends meet. Not the the families who are in my neighborhood who want their children to stay in the schools. So these will be newcomers, affluent newcomers who may or may not come to meetings and pour their souls out and ask for affordable housing and more green space and better community processes. No. So the planning process was a confidence game in which we poured our hearts out about what we needed and wanted and what we are living now. And are now living with what the developers wanted. If I can take a moment to just talk about the emotional toll this has on us as residents and activists. Like, I'm only here now because these wings are holding me up. It is hard. It is hard, and I want to say it's even traumatic because, you know, we have this great development that's happening in our city, and I mean, Union Square, okay, we did it. We didn't get what we wanted. Hearts were broken. Okay, well now there's a new neighborhoods plan for Assembly. And we gathered and we had the charrettes and we felt sort of full of hope and a little dewy-eyed and, oh, maybe this will be different this time. And I believed that a year and a half ago. And now I'm just like this, I don't want any more charrettes that are charades. I want real community process. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure how we get that if the planners that we have now are the ones who have betrayed us in the first place. I have a couple concrete things that I wish to say, some things that we would like, and one of those is that the planning board meetings now be in person. Because, yeah. 200 McGrath Highway may still have been approved if there were residents in the room, but the planning board would not have believed, the planning staff's acclamation that this was a process that was, the community participated in, and there were a dozen meetings, and oh my goodness, like, Michael Capuano reading about the participation, and this is a great project. No, we would have been in there. We would have had wings on. We would have had signs. We would have said, this is BS. Because what they were conveying to the planning board was nothing what we had been conveying to them. There was process and participation, and yes, the planning staff met with us, but what they were saying was not what we were telling them. So no more remote planning board meetings. I want an expectation when there is a covenant with a developer, when the city has a covenant with the developer, that covenant included a required CBA with whatever neighborhood council is there. Thank you. Yeah. Because we missed out on negotiating a CBA with 200 McGrath because US2 said, well, we're outside of your catchment zone, even though it's in Union Square East. And if planning staff proudly proclaim and brag that they negotiate covenants that, are just not necessarily legally enforceable, but it's the cost of doing business in Somerville, well, maybe they can have our back next time and say, no, US2, you are in the catchment area, and we're not going to approve this until you negotiate a community benefits with Union Square Neighborhood Council or Gilman Square Neighborhood Association. And my final comment is that perhaps we can have a moratorium on unaffordable development. So this moratorium would be on residential development that is not less than 50% affordable, so we can make Broadway happen, Star Market. That moratorium will remain in place until we figure out how we meet our Summer Vision 2040 goals of 20% overall affordability, 105 new acres of open space, and a 1-to-1 jobs worker ratio, because we are running out of the developable land, and we don't have a plan. We have a bunch of plans. We have a bunch of processes and a bunch of plans, but we have no tangible way. How are we going to get to 20% affordability? Because it's not going to be 20% inclusionary. Thank you so much, and please. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you all. We are going to open the public hearing part now. So we have 2 sheets of folks who have signed up, and if other people decide that they'd like to speak, we have a clipboard over there that our clerk of committees has, and anyone else wishing to speak, please sign up. So I'm going to start calling on folks, and for this portion, we're going to use the 2-minute timer. We have Ann Kamara, followed by Alan Steele. And after we do in person, we'll go to the online participants. And but just before we get started, I'm going to ask every speaker, please introduce yourself, your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Ann Kamara. I have lived here in Duck Village on Hanson Street for 46 years. You are my tribe, whether you've lived here all your life or you're just here, that you just came. My sons are 4th generation living here, my grandfather's house. We've been here through all stages of Somerville, and I have volunteered to help through all the stages over the last 46 years. I am on the Union Square Neighborhood Council now from the beginning. And the problem with our city staff is that they say one thing and do another. We pay for everything here, whether we get government money, state money, city money. It's our tax money that pays for everything here, and we need to be listened to. I think that Summer Vision 2030 was a great document, and it was not followed. I was on the committees for 2040, and as we walked in the door, they had a book already ready for less green space and more expensive housing. What about everyone else? What about the people that work at Star Market and Dunkin' Donut and Home Depot and run this city through the whole day? The mayor's office and planning staff and community development have criteria to follow, and they do not. With developers, they have to have a neighborhood meeting and studies done before they have a design made. The developer has a design made, and they do not hold them to that. So I just wanted to say, like, I want my streets fixed. I want local hire, and I want a community center. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Alan Steele, followed by Bill Cavallini.
Good evening, Council President Ewan Campen, dear council members, dear neighbors. My name is Alan Steele. 10 Hills, the neighborhood where I've lived for 47 years, is across the street from Assembly Square. 24 years ago, a group of Somerville residents worked hard and produced a practical design for Assembly Square that would produce 30,000 new jobs, 30 acres of usable open space, and $30 million a year for the city of new net tax revenue. It was called the 30-30-30 plan. That group includes acclaimed experts in urban design and planning. Some of them are here this evening. I am not one of them, but I am an officer in that group. Many of us in the city were excited by the possibilities 24 years ago. City government initially welcomed the proposal. In the year 2000, the Board of Aldermen unanimously passed a resolution to implement it. But then 2 consecutive city administrations capitulated to developers and joined them in conducting a years-long campaign of harassment and persecution. No exaggeration. In addition to what we now call fake news, it included personal attacks, manipulation of state agencies, the use of private investigators, and hacking of private records. After the advocates prevailed in court in 3 lawsuits against the city for improper zoning, the developer agreed to negotiate a settlement. Among the benefits it brought was the first new MBTA train station in Massachusetts in over 30 years. That's been a big success.
That's your 2 minutes. Please finish your thought.
Thank you. Eventually, city officials went from vilifying the activists to praising them, but by then, city officials had zoned and permitted so much unaffordable housing and so much retail that the initial goals of 30,000 new jobs and 30 acres of usable open space can now never be achieved. Little of the housing is occupied by Somervillians. Much is master leased by corporations and at least one sovereign government that I know of for the use of their employees, citizens, and graduate students. And most retail produces the lowest net revenue for the city of all commercial uses while generating the most traffic. Now, developers want to build a lot more of the same throughout the city, and city planning staff are their enablers. Despite what they have heard for 24 years from those who are willing to fully engage the available evidence. If a councilor asks what evidence, I would say land use, urban economic, urban design, demographic, and mobility evidence, and every study by outside consultants commissioned by the city. So why am I here?
Mr. Steele, we have a very large number of speakers, so we are going to ask people to stick to about 2 minutes. So if we'd welcome any comments in writing, but I just ask that you please finish your thought. Thank you. We have Bill Cavallini, followed by Meredith Porter.
My name is Bill Cavallini. I live at 33 Oak Street, 2 blocks from the Union Square T station. Planning for the people, by the people. I'm a founding member of the Union Square Neighborhood Council. Over the last 5 years, the council has negotiated 3 community benefits agreements with developers in Union Square and Boynton Yards. I'm here tonight to give specific examples of how the city planning staff has thwarted our efforts to negotiate community benefits agreements. By their doing so, we have been unable to achieve our goal, and the goal of Union United, the organization that brought the idea of community benefits agreements to Somerville. The first example is the secret covenants between the city and the developers that have city staff fabricated community benefits. These deals are made without considering how they negatively impact neighborhood negotiations for benefits. The second example is the 39 affordable family-sized apartments near Prospect-Webster intersection, often referred to as parcel D4.3. It's the most extreme example of deliberate delay in delivering a very time-sensitive, community-defined priority. The third example is the urban design framework. This is the planning staff's newest addition to the development approval process. it has the potential to enable the planning staff to introduce bias into approvals for the plans. And in the case of 200 McGrath Highway, it did so by having the mobility management team act as the vehicle to disapprove a traffic plan by Capitol Hall and then turn around and approve the same plan once US 2 bought the land. The same plan. This resulted in the Planning Board approval of US 2's site plan despite 3.5 years of community opposition to that design. The fourth example is the continuing delay in producing neighborhood plans for Brick Bottom and Milk Row West, sometimes referred to as Union Square East. In effect, this leaves these communities exposed to rampant speculation and potential massive developments. The fifth example is the failure to take stock of and factor in the cumulative effect of 4,000 parking spaces in Union Square and Boynton Yards on the Somerville, what the effect is on the Summer Vision goal of 40% transit use. Union Square Neighborhood Council had to negotiate for US 2 to pay for a traffic study after 6 months of occupancy in the Union Square development because the city planners wouldn't require it until a year after the first phase of their development was occupied. This pattern of behavior and inaction has to change now. This pattern of behavior and inaction was the previous city council had voted for the zoning that has made it difficult for us to mitigate the displacement with the CBAs. Therefore, we look forward to working with this city council, which is a different city council, to move towards a more collaborative effort to plan for a Somerville whose future is truly for all residents, particularly the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Meredith Porter, followed by Wiggs Amor.
I am Meredith Porter, 104 Josephine Avenue. I've been a Somerville resident and homeowner for 46 years now, and I've watched as my friends and neighbors have become unable to live here because of rising prices, while outsiders have come in and profited, and I've been really concerned about the whole situation, trying to do what I can to work for housing affordability and for livability and preventing bad development in this city. And I do appreciate the efforts of some of the talented staff in the planning department who've done lots of good detailed work in a complicated environment, but there's a lot of misdirection and there are a lot of problems, as others have said. The staff are overworked, clearly, and they're just not able to comply with the requirements. And it leads us to question, who are planning's customers? Are they the developers or are they the public? It seems to outsiders as though they are the developers. There are cases where people in planning make mistakes and are unable to admit their errors. It leads to wrong decisions. There's insider information. There's projects that are in the works for years where the public and even tenants only learn shortly before public hearings about the projects. Notice is inadequate. Notice isn't posted as project sites as required in the current ordinance. Notices aren't posted in area businesses. Notices aren't posted at City Hall. They often aren't available online. We learn too late or not at all. People submit comments and they find that the public comment period is closed. It's extremely difficult to get information. Just try to call a planner. You got to leave email. You can't even leave voicemail. No response to voicemail. Messages that say City Hall is still closed because of COVID. The only way to get information is to file a public records request and wait weeks and often pay fees. The public should be aware of proposed development as soon as possible. Some simple things would be to let us know about pre-submittal meetings, about neighborhood meetings, about upcoming projects and their status. There are memos about that go out to the planning staff. Many of us worked hard to get the current ordinance, but the requirements aren't being met, and furthermore, we need a review to see how it's working out. Developers are using tricks to bypass affordable housing requirements. Essentially single-room occupancies where they don't meet affordable housing margins because it's multiple units, maybe a bunch of rooms with one bedroom with a bathroom for each room and a large number of rooms in a unit. Some specifics, lot mergers and splits being done through approval of the planning director, not conforming to section 10.1.1.d, which requires site plan review. What about the requirements for public notice in section 15.1.7? Those aren't being met either. There's just a lot of problems and an overall issue of direction and how things are being done in this city, and we really need more attention to it, and I agree with so many of the previous speakers on that. Thank you.
Thank you. After Wig Zamor, we have Mary L. Merchant.
Hi, everybody. I think the issues are not going to be resolved here tonight. Just a prediction. As you know, I'm Wig Zamor. I was a co-founder of Mystic View Task Force. I wrote most of the lawsuits. I did all the litigation support at Assembly Square. I put an equal amount of time in regional and state process getting the Green Line to Somerville, and I started the environmental health research known as CAFE. It's about 50 to 60,000 hours of volunteer work. I haven't taken $1 of personal compensation for that. Districts, well, let me first say, I thought Summer Vision 2030 was a great plan. It focused on land use, transport, environment, and health appropriately, and came to a common conclusion among the participants after several years. But district design is very difficult. Main streets and squares are pretty difficult, and it isn't clear that we have a process now, especially as we move from Union and Boynton into the districts with far less residents and far more acres of future development at large scale, that we will have a process that includes a robust city staff to deal with those issues of land use, transport, environment, and health, a robust and dedicated group of community activists and the elected officials. And I think I'm just going to stop there, but I think we're going to have to figure that out because there's not enough people there living on the ground or working, but working too many hours to engage enough with that process and make sure those outcomes are optimized for the future of the community.
Thank you, Wig. After Marielle, we have Duncan Brown, and then we have 4 more speakers signed up in person and 2 so far online.
Sweet. Hi, everyone. My name is Marielle Merchant. I live in East Somerville on Alston Street. I'm a newly elected member of the Neighborhood Council Board, as well as I've been on the Civic Advisory Committee for 90 Washington since it was started back in March. And I also wanted to speak to some of the cultural issues I've seen around planning and development. I was really excited to be part of the Civic Advisory Committee because the 90 Washington site has a lot weighing on it, and there had already been a pretty lengthy community process for that site involving Cobble Hill residents and then other residents and in relation to the public safety building. And in our first Civic Advisory Committee, wherein we're supposed to be selecting or putting forth a suggestion for a developer to the planning board, that community process was reviewed in brief, and the director of capital projects was saying the community wants to see the like Cobble Hill like small retail return, which is true, and they want to see affordable housing, which is true, and they want to see green and open space, which are all things that had come out of that process. And she said that the community was agnostic on the concept of having additional commercial development, which I agree with, as in like lab buildings or office buildings. But she said the community was agnostic on that, but it's really good for the tax base. And that just really concerned me, especially to set the tone for this process that myself and several other community members are involved in, where we're spending several hours out of our month reviewing and discussing proposals. And then to hear that, they're already throwing away, or there's the potential to throw away what's already been done in the existing community process. So that was just really disheartening. And then I also still have not gotten an answer on, we've had 3 developers submit their qualifications, and there's not been an answer on whether we will be selecting exclusively from those 3 developers, or if at the last minute a developer could be brought in who hasn't participated in the public process. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Duncan Brown. I hope I'm reading that right, followed by Isabella Drago. If Duncan is no longer here, we'll go to Isabella, please. And after that is Ramon Bueno.
All right. Isabella Drago, board member of the Union Square Neighborhood Council, lifelong Somerville resident on Warren Avenue. When thinking of the city's approach to development, I cannot help but remember 2 concepts that I learned about in school: the primacy of economics versus the primacy of politics. Policymakers enacting the primacy of economics are production-driven and shoot for efficiency. In contrast, the primacy of politics centers on the distribution of social goods and cross-class cooperation, in which people deliberately reshape the political system for the collective good. That's what the USNC and other community organizations did tonight when they proposed changes to the city's development process. Although the mayor, who I don't see here right now, and other Somerville policymakers use progressive ideals as part of their branding, their actions reveal the primacy of economics as they submit to what developers want and adopt a growth-oriented mindset. For example, Somerville already has unbearable traffic jams. What did the city do? They permitted a massive number of parking spaces because the developers demanded them. What's going to happen when these new spaces are filled? Even more unbearable traffic jams. More traffic jams means more cars, which means more air pollution. The community begs you over and over again not to permit this many parking spaces, and you do it anyway without offering a viable mitigation plan. You don't pay attention even when we say it 1,000,000 times. I invite the mayor, city council, city departments, and all of the city boards to imagine Somerville's future with those who live, work, and play here, rather than decide Somerville's future with developers who simply host community meetings to check a box. Start building social democracy and stop performing it. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Ramon Bueno. I live in 1 Fitchburg Street, the Brick Bottom Buildings. I've lived in Somerville since 1980. I lived in Union Square for a couple of years, 5 years in Winter Hill near Foss Park, and since the late 80s at Brick Bottom. Brick Bottom is a rectangular, small area, mostly non-residential. The people who've been living there, a couple hundred people, it is not a pleasant place. We've had children that grew up there walking. The sidewalks are not there, essentially. I mean, they're unusable. The thing I want to comment on is the consequences to decisions that are made. We, as a community, have supported the Green Line extension, even though the two lines come like the distance of these walls from our buildings. Some of our neighbors basically have trains. The construction lasted 2 or 3 years. There were people who moved because they couldn't stand the noise. We had noise. It could be late at night. It could be Sunday morning, 6:45 in the morning, nonstop for 2 or 3 years. But people supported that. It's there. People support also, it's a transformative, whatever the term is, district, because there's little residential area. It's good for the tax base to balance. But scale matters. When I've seen the drawings for the future of the Brick Bottom area, a lot of buildings. We already had a very big building right in front of us. I want to use a couple of examples, and I'll try to be brief. A couple of weeks ago, there was a virtual meeting about the ones on the McGrath Highway, 35 McGrath, I think it was. The flyer for it had an image. There was our building and the area around there, and then the proposed building. I mean, the scale discrepancy is just beyond belief, but 200 McGrath illustrates best the challenge that we're facing. It's gone through a couple of owners. The first round, the couple of buildings, 20 stories and 15 stories, whatever, 900 or it's 800 parking spaces. I'll try to be brief and wrap up right away. The property flipped, and the new owners now it's 16 and 12. I'm approximating, and only a little less than 600 parking spaces. All of them emptying into, because it's a one-way Somerville Avenue extension into our neighborhood. The scale matters a lot. It's not enough to say, well, they're going to be nice sidewalks. The developers are going to put really nice trees and sidewalks. The area only has a limited number of ways to get in and out. There will be other buildings, most of them offices, biotech, life sciences. Integrated planning is what I don't see happening. Integrated, especially, like the solution proposed for the excess parking in the current 200 McGrath is, well, we'll put signs so that the traffic will divert through Linwood Street and then exit again. What about when there's 10 more buildings? How does it all going to play? People's living conditions are not good in terms of noise, pollution, and the traffic. At some point, getting in and out of that area in an emergency is going to be a problem. So all I can say is it's not enough to say, well, the zoning was approved in a way that the developers can come in and propose whatever. Scale matters, and the city has leverage. That property flipped hands. I don't know all the details, but I'm not going to say that the seller or the owners were financial fools. These are big organizations. Enormous amount of money flipped hands. It wasn't like, oh, a 20% increase. It was a flipping of the multiples of the property. So the city has leverage. People want to move in there and do developments. So please use the leverage. I'm not going to repeat, I echo in sympathy with most of what was said today. The city has leverage. Use it for the citizens. Thank you.
The last name that I have signed up in the chambers is Joyce Chen, and after that we have some hands online. Welcome.
Hi, I'm a little nervous. This is my first Somerville City Hall meeting. Is it always this exciting? Hi, everybody. Joyce Chen, resident of near Davis Square on Chester Street. I am probably what you would call an affluent newcomer, so I recognize that I am probably a gentrifying force and unpopular in this room. I am a product of probably a lot of, I'm very representative of a lot of newcomers in the area, which we're products of the school system here. We come here and then we find great jobs and then we stay because we love the community here. And I'm sorry I had to pay what I had to pay to live here. That's, I think, unfortunately, macro conditions and economic conditions of our housing crisis, right? That being said, my husband and I, we moved to the area because we love the vibrancy of the neighborhood, the walkability of the neighborhood, and we love the small businesses that we are able to support, Revival and Sligo and, McKinnon's. And it was very surprising to me as a new resident of the area a few months ago to slowly see these businesses shuttered. And it's not... So I can just share my own story, and it's not the reason why I want to live in Somerville. I don't want, the neighborhood to be completely overrun with Chase banks and dispensaries, and I would like the businesses in the area to be ones that are locally owned and run, and products of something that can generate wealth for many generations to come, for people to stay here. So yeah, I'm just sharing my thoughts here. Yeah, thank you.
I see Mr. Greenspan, please, and then we'll go to the online hands.
Thanks. Andy Greenspan, outgoing co-chair and board member of the USNC, formerly resident of Union Square and sadly not anymore. I've been at this for 10 years now, which is quite new relative to many of the community members here who have spoken. So I will grant the planning staff are clearly overwhelmed with everything that's going on, but that doesn't give them the right to gaslight this community. If anything, they should be relying on the amazing experiences, wide expertise, and diversity of experiences of this community to build good ideas, construct good urban planning, integrated planning, and not what one-off whims of the developers tell them to do. Developers who won't be here in 5 years, let alone 50. Tonight is not the end of this issue. This hearing is only the beginning, I hope. And while I sadly don't live in Union Square anymore, and it hurts my heart, I love this community. I'm thankfully very close by still, and I will be here supporting the USNC, the new neighborhood councils, and the community of Somerville, because this isn't just a Somerville issue. It happens all the time in communities around and outside of Boston and across the country. We need to set a precedent here, an example upon which other communities can draw to be empowered and act and fight for the community's needs and not the developer needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you call on the online people for us, please?
Mr. President. The first is Roger Levy.
Roger Levy, please.
Hi, my name is Roger Levy, and I live at 54 Meacham Road in Somerville. First of all, I want to thank all of the organizers of the petition that have led to this public hearing. I think it's wonderful organizing work, and it's needed. I want to say in particular that I support everything the Union Square Neighborhood Council has been saying. I want to speak in particular very briefly, just a couple of brief remarks based on my own experience previously to living here near Davis Square. I lived for many years at 80 Webster Avenue, which is at the edge of the Boynton Yards district. In 2019, at the end of 2019, the comprehensive zoning overhaul, the new zoning ordinance was passed, and throughout most of the multi-year comprehensive process leading up to that overhaul, we live on a block, the 80 Webster building lives on a block that is right at the edge of the Boynton Yards district. And the 80 Webster building is a mid-rise 4-story building. It was the tallest thing on that block. And throughout most of the planning process for the zoning overhaul, that was zoned at a scale, at a mid-rise 4 scale, appropriate to our building. And the Union Square neighborhood plan signposted that would be the scale of development that would happen there. But at the very end of the comprehensive overhaul process, silently, the eastern half of our block, we were on the western half of the block, the eastern half of our block was upzoned to allow unlimited high-rise development right next to our building. Now, there's nowhere else in the city where you can have a high-rise next to residential construction without separation by a street or an alley. Despite this, there was no outreach that was made to us as a community to make us aware of this change, no solicitation of our input. It's a very consequential change, needless to say it had a massive effect on our lives. We found out about it only through, there was a first neighborhood meeting almost a year later in fall 2020 that notified the public of a large-scale development project for the entirety of our block to our north and east. Nevertheless, we haven't been able to find anybody in the neighborhood who knew of the rezoning of our block before this meeting. So there was a dramatic failure to make the public aware and solicit input from the public of a massively impactful rezoning change to what had been planned for that block. So that's the first concern that I have, just speaking from my specific experience. This led, I subsequently was deeply involved in discussions regarding this project as a representative of 80 Webster in conversations with the city and with the developer. And this of course led to many interactions that I had had in meetings with the city planning staff. And I wish that I was able to say that the city planning staff was easily available and cooperative and forthcoming with information. But in fact, it had been the exact opposite. It was extremely difficult to get meetings with the city planning staff, difficult to get them to respond to our email inquiries and phone call inquiries on a consistent basis, and they were not cooperative. It was fairly clear that we were not the people that they had in mind as the priority that they were serving. We also had the experience that the director of the Mayor's Office of Strategic Planning and Community Development made misleading and ill-informed statements regarding positions that we were taking. I also made multiple requests to meet with him, and he never responded. So I think that this is consistent with the things that I've been hearing earlier in this evening of testimony, that the city has not been putting priority on informing the public, on listening to the public's needs, and on ensuring that the plans for development of the city, which are important. We are a pro-development community, and we are supportive of development both in our block and throughout the city to make the city even better. But this has to be done in a way that brings in the public and that serves the existing community, and it has to be informative and it has to be responsive to public input. And I hope that this public hearing is the beginning of something much larger that will really turn a new page on the manner that city planning is done and shaped in the city of Somerville. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger Levy.
Next up is Amy Eastman.
Amy Eastman is next.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to unmute and it was not taking. Hi, I'm Amy Eastman. I live at 1 Fitchburg, also known as Brick Bottom. I'm gonna be honest, it's my birthday today. I would love to be doing other things than being at a city council meeting virtually at 9 p.m. But yeah, I'm here because I'm both a resident at Brick Bottom and previously been a trustee. I've participated in lots of different meetings around zoning and talking to developers directly in the last several years. And I'm gonna actually just make a callback to what Allison Schultz said very early in this whole testimony, which is it just becomes really crushing when you participate and you talk to zoning and there's all of these really realistic things being thrown around, and then the next thing you know, 200 McGrath is going to be a 15-story building or a 10-story building, or like, it just feels like chipping away at the community and at what the end goal of Summer Vision is. And I don't want to really draw anything out because I know it's late and we're all tired, but I did just want to jump in to kind of just express support for so many of the things that folks have been saying tonight. Thank you.
Happy birthday. Thank you for being with us. Next up, we have Sam Alterman, followed by Lee Mounier.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Sam Alterman, and I live on Kidder Ave in Ward 6. I was born here in the city at the corner of Monmouth and Central, and I've lived in the city now for nearly 5 years. As soon as I graduated college, I wanted to come back, and I've hope to be here for many, many more years. I'm also a PhD student in physics at Tufts and an elected member of the Tufts University Grad Workers Union Bargaining Committee. And I want to share with you all a bit of what I've been hearing talking to my coworkers. So to be clear, these are my personal reflections, not the official positions of our union. Graduate workers are about 15% of the population of the city, and given that nearly everyone I know has multiple roommates, we're probably a decent share of the roommate population here. The fact of the matter is we are not served by the city's approach to development. Nearly universally, I and my coworkers pay about 40 to 50% of our monthly income in rent. Graduate workers at Tufts make less than $37,000 a year. Yes, that is against a tuition of $85,000. We're working on it. So you can count us out on luxury studios developed by hair fail sons. A 2019 study found that 90% of Tufts graduate workers were rent burdened and 60% were severely rent burdened. That means paying more than half of your monthly income in rent. And what I've been watching this year is just an absolute massacre as the Green Line extension rent increases push graduate workers out of the city. More and more of the graduate workers I talk to are moving to Chelsea or Waltham or Lowell or even New Hampshire just to have enough money to buy food, because that's the choice that people are facing right now. Somerville is our home, and we love to be a part of this community, but the city's current approach to development increasingly does not have room for us. Without a serious and meaningful change, the graduate workers at Tufts, Harvard, and MIT who have been a part of this community for years and years will become commuters. I've been to many planning meetings, and routinely I've watched the desires of me and my neighbors for affordable housing and green space be wandered into an unending desire for more lab space. And as a scientist, I do have to say, I think we might be building more lab space than there are biology PhDs, and that seems like a problem. So please, I think it's time for the city to take a moment and recalibrate and build a city that actually works for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next up, we have Lee, followed by Crystal Huff.
Hi, first Lee Mounier, 65 Boston Street, and I want to apologize deeply because my hope was to be there in person with you all, so just know my hearts are with the beloved community in that room. So just thank you to everybody for what you've shared. So first, I just want to wholeheartedly second all that's been shared, and not even just the content, I think also the emotional tenor, and I really hope the City Council is paying attention to that as well. I guess the thing I wanted to just put out there is, and I'm speaking to everybody in this space tonight, is what would make us think that anyone's going to act any differently on the city staff when there isn't accountability in this process? So I guess what I want to implore everybody here on is, what is the mechanism that holds city staff accountable to community? As public servants, what in any evaluation for someone to get a job on city staff as a planner, keep a job, or get promoted is in any way connected to service to the community? What part of that process and that evaluation is that? Is there one? I don't even know, but if there is one, clearly, whatever that evaluation looks like is crap. It might as well not exist, because people are able to be in positions, decision-making positions for city staff when as you're hearing all the testimony tonight, right, they're not living into what is necessary to really serve the community appropriately. So I want to implore that. Maybe I do want to just, where this inquiry is coming from, for me, moves beyond even just the process itself. I'll give a couple quick anecdotes and things that might seem so small, but I think speak volumes to the culture of this city. Recently, there was a job description for the superintendent for buildings and grounds, someone that I think clearly would have to be in direct dialogue with the community. And there was a bullet point in that hiring description that said, ability to deal with the disgruntled public. So if that's where we're starting from with our HR and the departments that are creating this, that we are all a disgruntled public, who do we think we're going to get on staff to connect with us? It starts there. It starts with who we're hiring and what these processes are for why people even get to have the jobs that they have. So I really want to push the city council here and push us as community members to push our mayor on this, push the inquiries around accountability, and make sure that we actually have mechanisms so when people are evaluated to keep their jobs or get promotions, that this is a part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Next, we have Crystal Huff.
Hey, the unmute button works.
We hear you.
You can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Crystal Huff. My pronouns are they, them. I live over in Spring Hill on Elm Street. I moved to Somerville to go to Tufts. I fell in love with Somerville, and I'm doing my darndest to stay. A lot of folks have already made so many important points that I agree with. So in the midst of saying something new and different, I just want to thank my neighbors throughout Somerville, including our city councilors, for showing up tonight and for every time you show up. I volunteer with Mamas and the Community Fridges and a few other organizations within the city, and it really matters to me to hear all your voices. My household is immunocompromised, so I don't often see you in person unless we are in a Mama's garden, but I'm out here in mutual support with you, and I particularly appreciate when remote options are available for our meetings and treated as a valid way to participate. I want to say that I hear you, neighbors, on how hard it is to hear back from city staff. If I could vote to double the number of city employees and double their salaries, I would do so. I think that would make our people more responsive and less burnt out. I think that would make everything better. I also bet City Council would vote for that, although some of you are probably looking at each other in askance right now. But maybe we could get some ISD staff out of that in particular, more ISD staff. So I hope Mayor Valentine is also listening tonight and is including a plan for that in her budget, which, as a reminder, comes out tomorrow, right? So thank you, everyone. Much love. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Crystal. Other hands? All right, we have come to the end of the people who have signed up and hand raised online. Is there anyone else in the chamber wishing to speak? I see a hand raised of someone who has spoken before. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm talking into the mic, but then I sound really loud. I just want to say that without the city's summer...
please introduce
I'm Michelle Hansen. I live on Warren Avenue. I just want to say I'm very, very aware that without the city of Somerville, I literally would not exist as a human being. My daughter, who so eloquently spoke earlier, wouldn't exist. Through the combination of public housing and rent control and eventually first-time homeowner projects, that is why we are here. That is why we were able to take advantage of the school systems that exist around us. This is a wonderful place for people to be able to come. My family came here as immigrants. They worked their asses off. So many people's families have done that. And every time the city looks at what needs to be done in this city, they need to remember that history. People from all over the world, my friends who are Haitian, my friends who are Portuguese, my friends who are Irish, all the people who I've lost over the years, who meant everything, who made my life. I am blessed. That is my privilege, to have grown up in a place that had so many people from everywhere. I worked at Demoulas. I'm old. I call it Demoulas. You all call it Market Basket. I worked with people from 15 different countries around the world. I learned different languages. I learned how to get along with people. That does not happen in this city anymore. It is the greatest loss that has happened in this city. So instead of becoming the city known for the Bacon Building, come on, do we want to be known for the frickin' Bacon Building that has $5,000 and $6,000 apartments? My friend who comes from East Somerville, she made it big, you know, she has a lot of money. She's like, they wanted me to pay $6,000 to come back to the city. That's my city. And she said, hell no, this is insane. So I'm just saying, we need to remember the history and the backs of the people on which this city was built. And let me tell you, it's not from people from Chicago or, I don't know, whatever's going on in Davis Square, from London or Elon Sassoon. It's from the people who damn well built this city on their backs as workers and immigrants. And it's enough already with this bullshit. We need to remember who we are. We don't need to be anybody else. We are good enough. We always have been. Thank you.
I see 3 hands in the chambers of people wishing to speak. Let's go in order from my left to right. Was that Janine Fay? Did you want to speak? Please. And please introduce yourself for our records, everybody.
My name is Janine Fay. I live on Prospect Hill. I've lived there in Somerville for 50-some years. I've been around the block a few times and been to many charades and charettes, and I'm a little discouraged, and I'm grateful for the younger people who are active in doing this. I really appreciate it. But I am a retired real estate agent, and I need to warn you really clearly. I am, you know, I was in that culture, and they believe they have a divine right. This is capitalism. They have a divine right to make money on whatever they want to. And just because we're, you know, and it's just like liberal kindness, okay, cool, yeah, all right. You gotta really fight this shit. Because they're going to take over. They already have, unless we do something right. So good luck to all of us.
Thank you. Forgive me, I don't know your name, please.
Hello, my name is Silvia Cuerpo Cortázar. I am a resident of Somerville since 2008. I'm an immigrant. My husband is an immigrant. My kids are born here in Somerville. We love this city. We are the new generation. I feel safe in this city. I like my kids to live here because we have a mentality that we're diverse. There's so many things for them to come, but it's going to be really difficult for us to stay in Somerville if we don't have rent control. And if we don't listen to all of these communities, because the message that I hear today is that everyone is screaming the message and the city is closing their ears and looking somewhere else and doing what they want. It's not about money. It's about the benefit of all the people that live here. I would love to stay in Somerville, but that's not going to happen if we don't stop this increase in rent control. It's impossible for us to stay in Somerville. I love my kids to become long-term Somervillians. I have to stay, and I live in Medford Street, and we've been in construction for the past 4 years. I want my kids to go to that high school because I endure the whole construction of it, but it's not going to happen if there's no city control and if the city planning just not change, because no one here has been listening. No one. That's what I observed. Thanks. And to this lady here, I've been listening to her for the past 6 years and all what she's doing, and it's amazing. Congratulations for what happened today.
Please.
so I didn't mean to talk tonight, but my name is Kate Byrne, and I live at 33 Oak Street. And I guess the thing I wanted to say tonight was the thing that was missing in the table, and that is the number of unhoused people that we have in Somerville, and the real lack of will to do anything about it. And I think that's one of the things that's making me really angry with the amount of development that's going on in the city, with the number of buildings in the city that are empty and dilapidated, that are not being taken care of, and the fact that we can have people living on the street. The fact that I went to a Ward 2 meeting 2 weeks ago, and what was touted was the warming center. That was a great event, which was 3 nights this winter, 3 nights that people were taken off the street to be in a warm place, and they were people who were taken from East Somerville, Spanish-speaking, Portuguese-speaking people who may or may not have been documented, were taken up to the Armory in police vans. The pastor of Connections had to convince people that it was okay to get on those vans to go and be in a safe place for a freezing night. So that's what I want to say, is that all of this, the development, all of the unaffordable housing, and we have people who are living on the streets, and we need to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another hand there. And then Ms. Carlino.
My name is Jane Bestor. I live in Ward 3 on Ibbotson Street, and I've been a member of the Mystic View Task Force for a very long time. And one of the things, I'd like to comment on the previous speaker's remarks. It seems to me that she underscores the fatal difficulty of not integrating an economic and political vision together for the city. And another speaker mentioned something that I also think is very important to stress, and that is that Somerville has been remarkable ever since the task force got going for being remarkably pro-development. We have not been a NIMBY community. And one of the striking things, I find it very difficult to fathom, is that when we first got going, the city thought that it could do no better than to have another big box complex. And it took a number of lawsuits, as you've heard, in order to turn things around and to get even the beginning of really plausible development that would integrate, as one speaker has urged you to think about, land use, public transit, environmental considerations, and public health. And public health, of course, includes the fabric of the built environment, how people relate to the spaces they live. It's not just a matter of, for example, air and noise pollution. And I'm wondering why it is that through all of this, the city staff and the Board of Aldermen, I must say, and a sequence of mayors have always settled for have always been extremely deferential to developers. The Board of Aldermen has historically played, I would say, a very undistinguished role in Somerville's development, and I would urge you to think very carefully about what your role is and about the possibility of doing some of the learning that members of this community have had to do under sometimes rather painful circumstances in order to gain enough expertise to be able to contribute plausibly to the public discourse on the very pressing issues that engage us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Christine Carlino, Medford Street. I'll be really brief because I've already said something, but what I've noticed here today is far more of the same story over and over again from everyone, and I don't, I've talked with many of you before about some of these things, and I don't think I was quite prepared to hear it is happening across the city the way that it is, and sorry, my frustration is coming out after hearing a lot of this. I've heard excuses, and a lot of you have repeated the excuses that I've heard over the last 6 years over and over. We don't have the staff to do what we need to do. We don't have the time. We have different priorities. Gilman Square's not a priority because you won't produce enough revenue for the city, so you're just not I've heard all of these excuses over and over. I'm an architect, I'm a planner, I do campus planning, and I can tell you it does not take a lot of staff to do meaningful planning. It does not take a lot of staff to listen to the community. It's hard work for sure, because you're trying to balance a lot of different needs across the city, and it's hard work. I know it's hard work. But when the city is approaching the community as if we're disgruntled, when that's the culture that they're working on, I can't believe I heard that tonight. Of course we're not getting anything. They have an agenda and they're pushing the agenda, and until the culture changes, until they say this is what we want to do, we're not going to get anything. And I think that's what I heard tonight, is that there needs to be a complete and total overhaul on how the city is planning, how they're approaching planning, because it doesn't take a lot of staff to do this. It really doesn't. It takes a desire, and I think that's the problem.
Hello, my name is Isabella Milanowski. I am a resident of 31 Oak Street here in Somerville in Union Square, and I would just like to speak as somebody who has lived in Somerville for the past 19 years of my life and has forged my identity as an artist here, growing up through the public school system, especially with the vast arts and music programs that we have, and later in my life, getting into high school theater. It was absolutely incredible. And I will say, as an artist who considers much of my identity to be forged from Somerville, it feels like an absolute betrayal to see that artist identity that our community has adapted be co-opted by development, by people who only wish to make money off of us and not wish to support us and our work. And so I've seen a lot of great agreements made for artists in CBAs, and I would love to see those respected. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any more hands online? We're going to close this public hearing. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. Are there comments from the council? Councilor McLaughlin indicated, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'll try to be brief because we still have a meeting to go to and most people are gone, but Bill Cavallini's still here, so I have an audience. I just want to say, I wanted to correct one thing that Bill said, where he said, you know, this is a new city council compared to the one that did the decisions with the US 2 and Union Square zoning. There is still one city councilor on this committee, and he's the only one who voted against the Union Square zoning, and I did that because of the lack of any real community benefits ordinance and the fact that we were selling out the entire community for a benefit ordinance that really just didn't benefit us enough, and now we're stuck with a lot of these bad decisions, these binding agreements that we made back then, and it was definitely a very hard pill for me to swallow. It felt like a bitter defeat, and I felt very alone, and from that, though, we had an election. Councilor Scott got elected. The president of the city council, Ewan Campen, got his start with Union United and trying to do things around Union Square. Councilor Klingon got elected, defeating somebody who couldn't even be bothered to show up for the Union Square vote, a historic, unprecedented vote. And to see people in the audience that I knew 10 years ago still here with new people, and it just seems to have grown even larger than it was 10 years ago, that people haven't accepted defeat and that you're still pushing forward and moving forward. It really inspires me. So I just want to thank you all for coming, because that was a really bad decision or bad defeat in my mind. And to know that people refuse to quit and the movement's even stronger really makes me happy. So thank you.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President.
mostly want to address my colleagues here and members of the public who might be watching, because so many of the people here tonight are friends, as my colleague from Ward 1 mentioned, long friends in this fight. You know, Ms. Carlino, your story sounds very, very familiar to those of us who were around for the entire Union Square planning process, including the Civic Advisory Committee that I know my colleague from Ward 1 remembers the unanimous recommendation of a course to go down, and somehow the city ended up picking a different developer entirely. So we've seen the tactics, we've seen the charrettes that are charades. Thank you for that phrase. And I know that Brick Bottom residents share your frustration and experience of just endless delays and neighborhood planning meetings with no actual plan resulting. So the stories you heard tonight are the stories from 10 years ago, and they are the stories that we all share. And as development, as extractive real estate, corporate capitalism, it continues to encroach along and throughout our city. We're going to hear those stories again and again, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's important to come together and share those stories publicly, because the movement is not dying, it is building, and I want to thank you all for your work on it, and just continue to rededicate my work every day in support of it, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Klingon.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Through you to all the, I heard a sort of a theme throughout the night regarding the planning staff, and I admit to I'm one of those people who, one of those councilors who, you know, tries to give deference to the staff in terms of whether or not they're overworked. I haven't, unless I did an audit of the planning staff, I don't know what they necessarily do, so we try to give the benefit of the doubt, but I can tell you it's been extremely frustrating for the community as well as myself at times. So I think we need to fix this. We need to work together. I don't want to make out anybody to be any bad person in the situation, but I do think that we should be hearing these folks loud and clear. I hope the mayor is hearing them loud and clear that there is a problem there and that it needs to be addressed. You know, when Ms. Carlino said in 2008, was it 2008 was the first announcement, and here we are. You know, we had all this time we could have had community-led, community-driven development that benefited all of us with a train station coming in the rear, and instead now we're behind the train station and basically, you know, behind the 8 ball in a lot of ways, and I see the frustration on so many of these folks' faces, and I do want to, as far as the positive, as Councilor McLaughlin said, Union Square, and it is fitting that you are all here as well, because it is true that abysmal process did give birth to this, I think, this movement of councilors who, Councilor Scott, Councilor Ewan Campen, myself, and we've, you know, I'm sure somebody can point out all the positives. The ZBA, we cleared out the ZBA. We made a lot of different changes. We have now been on the ZBA. I'm sorry, the Redevelopment Authority. You know, we've done a lot, but we need to put more pressure on as far as getting, if the planning staff needs support or whatever it is, we have to figure it out, because the developers are running roughshod over us, as we know, and until we can pump the brakes and fix the situation, we're going to continue to you know, have to basically be embarrassed as I sit here and listen to all of this testimony and think, you know, what can I do? What can I do? What more can we do? And that's what I'll be asking myself tonight, and hopefully going forward, we'll be able to figure something out so we can, you know, bring some meaningful change to a city that has experienced an extreme amount of development in multiple different squares and areas, and that is a challenge, and that's a challenge that I don't think we've met as a city in a way that is equitable and fair to our residents. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Geez, having people clap for us after we talk is dangerous.
Guys,
it could,
it's going to be here
could
all night if
really
you're
start
clapping
going
for
to our heads. Thank you, everybody. It's so awesome to hear from our community, and it's been a while since we've seen a lot. It's been too long since we've seen so many of your faces. I feel like this is like getting the band back together a little bit. Like seeing these faces back in the room, it feels so good to me, and I'm so happy to hear the passion again. Not that it ever wasn't there, but to actually, feel it, be a part of a process here in this room. I can't wait to hear some of the specific ideas that were mentioned at the outset, and I'll in the interest of time, I'll keep my comments focused on one little thing, because there's so many things I want to say, and sort of in feedback to all of the things, but we'll keep it focused on one. The process with planning when there's developments, and I added a few more notes here tonight, but I already have some ideas that I've been sort of kicking around for the last year or more on ways to improve the zoning meeting planning department process. Before our zoning overhaul, the process really, I call it a relic of the corruption era, where anyone had to go through the ward alderman, and they'd have these private meetings and sit down, and there was no formal requirement for even community meetings. It was commonly, it usually happened, but it was only because the ward, at that time, ward alderman would let's have some community meetings. I don't sit down with developers beforehand. Any developer that does anything in Davis Square, I hear about it at the same time that everyone else hears about it, because I think that's one step in moving away from that old process. I insisted on having planning staff be present in the community meetings when we codified those in the zoning, for many of the reasons that we still clearly haven't fixed, but bringing those processes together is critical, and clearly we're not there yet. I think that was an improvement, but I'm really excited about the idea. Frankly, I don't see a reason why the city councilors should be the ones whose names are plastered all over the notices and who have to coordinate the meetings. It should be the planning staff. You, the community, me as a member of the community along with you should be there for that process. I completely agree with that, and I wrote down a few different things that people talked about tonight, so I really look forward to hearing those. If anyone wants to reach out to me directly to talk about them, I'm the chair of Legislative Matters, so there's that angle. There's the Land Use Committee, on which I also serve. I'm happy to sort of bang around some ideas and see if we can. There are going to be limitations in state law and in what we can actually do, but I do think there's room to improve the process. So I'm really excited about that, because things we can do are always the best things to do, and let's start there. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for spending your Thursday nights with us, and thank you for your advocacy to get us to this point. And thank you for all you've done, and that we're going to do together. I hear you. I am with you. And we have to ensure that as we take us into the next decade and forward, that we now know that Somerville is not a place to consider, but that they're already here. But if you want to build here, if you want to consider us, then how are you going to support us as well? How are you going to invest in our community and with the community, alongside us and alongside you? And I will continue to advocate for that. It is a value that is important to you, and it's a value that's important to me. That won't end. Thank you.
Here's what I'm going to recommend, is that we take a 10-minute recess, and we can all have some conversations with the folks who have come here. Before we do that, I just want to pour my heart out for just a quick moment, because as frustrating as I know this is, I also just want to take a moment to think about some of the accomplishments that have happened because of work of people in this room and so many others. the first 3 community benefits agreements in Somerville, those would, I mean, I don't have to tell all you, but for anyone listening, these are the folks who made that happen. 20% inclusionary, linkage fees. I could go on and on and on. It is important to think about that this process, it is not just pointless struggle. There are real accomplishments that I, for one, am incredibly proud of, and I'm incredibly thankful for the advocacy of all of you and so many people who are not in this room tonight. So thank you. And with that, I think let's take a 10-minute recess. We have 150 items on our agenda to get to the rest of the night, so thank you all for being here. We'll be in recess until 9:45. Colleagues, we're going to get started. Colleagues. All right, seeing a quorum, we're going to get back to work. We're going to start our agenda. Will the clerk please call the next item?
The next item is the next item we're taking out of order, item 9.13, a public communication from Jen Harrington submitting comments regarding meeting with musicians and promoters.
Councillor Strezzo.
Thank you. At 9:46. All right, here we go. This is one more really great conversation we're going to have, not as long, and it was a really great. It's been a great evening. This is really invigorating. All right, so there was a letter that you all received on talking about artist space and musicians in Somerville, and I'm a musician too, and practice spaces have always been a struggle. And I could tell you some stories of the wild practice spaces where you just are desperate to play somewhere, and you put up with a lot from pretty condemned buildings that you still pay for, and this would be in Chicago days. I haven't seen this much. A lot of the artist space and musician spaces that I've seen have pretty much closed and have just been sold and no longer exist here in Somerville area. So a letter came out, and I want to, with some great ideas and feedback on how we can support the local musicians, but also the local music scene, and coming out of the pandemic, how things have changed so quickly, and the more the smaller and medium-sized venues are less and less, if here at all. And so I'd love to sponsor Jen to speak, and if colleagues if that is all right with everyone, to talk further about this.
Councillor Strezzo sponsors Jen Harrington. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jen Harrington, she, her. I've been a renter and cultural volunteer in Somerville for over 20 years. Mayor Ballantyne met with a group of Somerville musicians and promoters this month, where we talked about the drastic impacts of gentrification on the local music scene. We sent the mayor a thank you letter that included an overview of what we discussed. Since many of you included affordable housing and art space, and some of you did not, in your FY 2024 budget requests, I shared this letter with you via email so that you could see how inequity, loss of valuable assets, and violence rises in just one sector of our community when we do not protect who lives and works in our city, as well as the spaces they thrive in. It's amazing that a small group met for one afternoon and documented 6 pages of solutions. We were so lucky to have several strong writers in our group who could formalize the good thoughts and ideas presented by everyone who attended. May there be independent writing, editing advocates in all future community discussions. However, and respectfully, I do not want to read that overview tonight. I want more from you. I want you to hear these important thoughts from the musicians and promoters who do the good work every day. I ask that you reserve a meaningful platform, as the City Council of Boston did, for those in the local music industry to speak, to share their stories, and to convince you that action is imperative to save and allow for new music spaces right now. City Council, I hope you create this forum for our musicians, promoters, venue owners, employees, and volunteers. I hope you create this forum for our community and every community who thrive not on another bank, another brew pub, another empty storefront, but on the arts, that rare and often undefinable thing that reminds us why we persist. thank you to Councilor Strenzo for inviting me, and thank you to all of you for listening. And they're gone now, but thank you to all the rock stars who talked tonight.
Thank you very much. That item is placed on file, and I look forward, I'm sure, to an incoming order to host such an event.
And the next item will be item 5.1, request of the mayor requesting to appear with consultant Donald Jacobs to provide information regarding the classification and compensation study.
All right, my understanding is that Mr. Jacobs is with us virtually. Mr. Jacobs, you're unmuted on this end. Bear with us, colleagues. Just one moment, folks. Mr. Jacobs, if you're able to unmute yourself. You're unmuted on this end. All right, we're going to give this another few seconds, and then we'll lay this item on the table. Okay, we are going to lay this item on the table again and move to the next item.
And the next item that we are going to take out of order is item 10.12, an officer's communication from the city solicitor requesting to appear in executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, regarding Cobble Hill Center LLC versus the Somerville Redevelopment Authority.
So this is an update that requires us to go into executive session to hear from the city solicitor. We require a roll call vote for this.
On the motion to enter executive session for this item, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Mocad. Councilor Kelly. Yes. Councilor Pineda-Neufeld. Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
With 9 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 2 absent, that motion is approved.
Excellent. We will be in executive session and we'll rejoin in open session following that.
Hello? 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 But then when I click on it, it says unmuted.
Okay.
You are currently unmuted. City Council is currently in executive session, so they are muted in the chamber.
Welcome back, colleagues. I can see a quorum is present. No votes were taken in executive session. I'd like to take off the table the previous item we were discussing, 5.1, our compensation study. And hopefully our consultant is here. He's online. He was trying to speak. We'll try it again.
Hello.
We hear you.
You can hear me. Great. I had to switch computers.
Thank you for being here. We're going to let you give what I hope is a brief presentation, with all due respect. That is not a comment on you. That is a comment on the hour. And then we'll open it to questions.
Well, let me just introduce myself then. I've been in the municipal business, I always like to say, for about 40 years. I have had my own consulting company for the last 26 years, and I've done about roughly 200 classification compensation studies, most of them, or the majority, in Massachusetts. And I think that the chart that I gave you, I don't know whether the council has it or not, it shows the goal and objectives of the study. Do you have that chart? Oh, there it is. It's up on the screen. Good. I always like to use this as just a real quick and easy understanding of what the purpose of the study is, which I call a goal, and the 3 objectives you see listed there. Writing accurate job descriptions, developing a grade plan, and last but not least, a compensation plan. And those are in sequential order. Those are in this order that we are conducting the study. So let me just give you an overview. Where we are at right now is we've basically written now draft job descriptions for just about every position that's part of the study, both union and non-union. We're not 100% complete, frankly, because there are some positions which we have not received questionnaires for, but basically in getting a job description, it gives the employee and department head, frankly, an opportunity to tell us where they spend the bulk of their time and what they feel are the minimum qualifications, which means the knowledge, skill, and ability someone has to do with where they spend the bulk of their time, what they're doing. Based on the job description, then we will develop a grade plan or a classification plan. And once that's done, we will have collected salary data from the marketplace on a position-by-position basis and use the market data in addition to the rate of pay of the employee and their years of service to develop what we will present to you as a competitive quote-unquote compensation plan. And that's basically the outline of the study. I think if you go back to the goal statement, I just want to highlight for you, you see in bold print the word fair, which means consistent, and the word equitable, which means competitive. So no matter what aspect of the study we're talking about, everything we do needs to meet those 2 standards, to do it consistently and to do it equitably or competitively. With that, let me stop, and that's just an overview of what the study contains. And let me open it up for questions at this point. I think the chart is self-explanatory.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to take questions from counselors, and I'm just going to start with one myself, which is, can you give us a rough outline of when you anticipate being able to make recommendations for the new salaries?
Yeah, I think that the new salaries will consist of not only just salaries, but specifically grade levels, classification levels. The time frame is such that normally this study is more complicated than normal in that we're doing both, as you know, union positions as well as non-union. And in that regard, one of the issues that we've run up against is that in the union study, and I'm talking about all the unions, police, fire, SMEA, the job descriptions have not been updated in quite a while. And so therefore, it's really taking us a little bit longer, perhaps, so that we write an accurate job description and give the employee the opportunity to tell us where they spend the bulk of their time, but also their respective department heads. So from a time frame standpoint, based on where we are right now today, I'm optimistic that the first priority is to get the union groups done, meaning collect market data, writing accurate job descriptions, as I've just said. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get that done within a month, roughly 30 days. At the same time, we're collecting market data, as I mentioned before, for all the positions, including non-union, so that by the end of the fiscal year, basically, we should have the outline of a grade plan, classification plan, which we hope to present to the city first so that you understand how the grade plan has been developed, and then secondly, present to you the compensation plan, which would consist of the two parts. One, the salary ranges, and then secondly, how this would impact the individual employee within each position. So essentially within a couple of months, and that's a rough time frame. It really depends on how long it takes us to finish collecting all the market data. That gives you some idea about what the overall time frame is at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Going once. All right. Well, I, for one, wish you luck and hope that this compensation study proceeds swiftly. And I very much look forward to being able to raise a lot of the salaries of our incredibly underpaid city staff. Councilor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a quick question for the staff person who's here. Was there a reason why you front-loaded the union positions and collecting that information first versus the non-union positions?
What I was told by the mayor and also the HR director was that what they were most concerned about initially was trying to expedite the process relative to the union groups. And I think the reason for that being very simply, as I'm sure the council is well aware, most if not all of your union contracts have either expired or will be expiring very shortly. And so, you know, the employees obviously are justifiably concerned about, well, where is the city going to go from here relative to compensation? Now, I forgot to mention a minute ago, Councilor, just so that you're well aware, we're not just collecting salary data, but we're also collecting benefit data. Because compensation basically consists, as we all understand it, both salary as well as benefits. Right. So, as I alluded to a few minutes ago, collecting that data and basing collection of the data on what we call comparable communities, not just based on demographic criteria, but also operational criteria. We want to, as much as possible, compare apples to apples from the standpoint of what an employee is required to do in Somerville and how that relates to the marketplace. And obviously, just using demographic data, population per capita income criteria, for example, would be very misleading, frankly. So I think other than the fact that the union contracts have for the most part expired, that's about the only reason. But as I said, we're approaching this from the standpoint of writing job descriptions for all the positions. But as we stand today, in reference to the time frame, we've now written job descriptions for all the union positions, and we're still in the process of collecting market data. That has not been completed yet.
Thank you for that. And just one more clarifying question. So you intend to provide the city, the administration, and the council all of this information in one report once both the union and the non-union market analysis has been completed?
Yeah, no matter whether we're talking about union or non-union positions, the process is the same. And my intention, as I explained to the mayor and Gil, the HR director, is to present this overall plan to you in two steps. The first step will be basically how to pay a position, which is mainly reflected by how a position is classified or assigned to a grade level. Once you and the mayor and of course your employees understand the process that we follow to do that, in coming up with grade levels. And by the way, the check and balance, just to keep in mind, that I would encourage you to think about, the number of grade levels really should be consistent with your organizational structure. When you look at your org structure in terms of the different levels of responsibility within a particular department, or even if you look at it from the standpoint of the city as a whole, the number of grade levels needs to be consistent with your organizational structure, and that's not the case today. You have more grade levels, frankly, than reflective of the levels of responsibility. And so that the development of the grade level plan by and in itself really will be different than what you're used to seeing in the past. Therefore, it's critically important for the council, as well as all the employees and the mayor and so forth, for everyone who has a vested interest in compensation to understand, first and foremost, how we've developed the grade levels, and then secondly, how we've developed the compensation plan, which, as I said a few minutes ago, will consist of two parts. One, how to pay the position, which is really demonstrated by the salary range for a grade level and a position assigned to that grade level, and then secondly, how the employee fits within that salary range. So it's two parts.
Thank you for that. Not to oversimplify the very detailed answer you just gave, but when you refer to two parts, do you mean two parts at one time, or part one comes and then part two comes later down the line?
Absolutely. Part one comes first. Once I know you and the mayor and so forth are comfortable with the process that we've used to develop the grade plan, the classification plan, then we will then come back and submit to you the second part, which is the compensation plan. And again, not to be too repetitive, but the compensation plan will consist of both how to pay a position and then secondly, pay an employee, and to do both competitively,
right,
quote unquote.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that information. I don't have any further questions. Just looking at the document that's titled Analysis of Comparable Value, I'm excited to see how you actually weave these into the Part 2 compensation package piece. I think the city just came out with some sort of study a couple months ago, and there were lots of things that city employees said they needed, including like paid time off, and the recommendations from the consultant was like, we need more swag for city employees. So I'm hoping that we can actually live up to the document that you've attached for us tonight. But thanks so much for answering all my questions tonight.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that, again, that's the reason why we're also collecting benefit data, not just salary data.
Thank you. I see Councilor Burnley and then Councilor Scott.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask a quick question that it's probably going to have a complicated answer, and then I'll leave it at that. In the city, I'm appreciative of the efforts that this consultant has been doing over the past, I don't know how long, talking to our workers, particularly some of our unions. And something on the council we do a lot is we work to get services to our constituents. Oftentimes that means asking for more work from our municipal workers. But also, sometimes we ask for work to be done in different ways by different departments. Case in point, for years, through negotiations, the city of Somerville has asked for the Somerville Police Department to either adopt certain technologies or to engage with ideas around allowing other bodies to perform certain services that do not require being armed. I'm curious if in drafting out this, particularly the grades, if when you were doing your comparative analysis, you looked at police unions that do more and also some that do less in their contracts compared to Somerville. And if you have any thoughts about the flexibility by which the city can move forward if, say in the future, 10 years down the line, our contracts actually require less work from a particular department. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good statement or a good point, and I think it just brings up the importance of making
just one second. Your volume is down on our end. Just if you could start over.
Yeah, I think it's important for the council to keep in mind the distinction between how a position is compensated and then secondly, how an employee is compensated. So when you begin to talk about what an employee is required to do or how an employee performs their job, obviously you're talking about two different things, which is why we approach a compensation study first and foremost from the standpoint of how to pay a position, which if you stop and think about it, paying a position by itself doesn't cost the city any money, right? Cost to the city only comes into play when you either hire an employee or when you pay an employee to retain them, which is why we make that distinction between, first and foremost, developing a consistent way to pay a position, which is where the comparable value chart you have in front of you comes into play. And if you follow the outline of that comparable value, I wanted to show you that because, as you can see, comparable value breaks down into the minimum qualification requirements, meaning the minimum knowledge, skill, or ability under similar working conditions that is required of an employee in a position, no matter what the position might be. So whether it's a police officer position or a clerical position, what have you, those criteria, those comparable, what are called comparable value criteria, come right out of, by the way, so the council is aware of this, a law that's on the books in Massachusetts that's referred to as the pay equity law. And what that law basically says is that to determine whether you're paying a position, quote unquote, equitably, which I interpret to mean competitively, you can't rely just on market data to do that. What you need to also take into consideration is, again, I know I'm being repetitive, but it's important to emphasize the minimum knowledge, ability, and skill that is required to do anything that an employee is required to do, whether it's in the job description or not. And that's really the focus of writing an accurate job description. When you look at your current job descriptions, particularly the union job descriptions, they haven't been updated in quite a while, and they're just not accurate. So when I say we're going to write accurate job descriptions, what in a sense we're doing is we're completely rewriting each and every single job description so that it is accurate, so it does meet the standards of the comparable value that you see outlined in front of you. So first, then that's why we're breaking the study up into two parts. And I fully understand and recognize that if I were on the council, the first question, in other words, is how do you get the grade levels? And in part, they're based on market data. But again, as the pay equity law dictates or says, market data should not be the only criteria you use, for the simple reason that market data by itself can be very, very misleading. So we want to use the market data, but I'm just trying to share with you, we also use the comparable value criteria to help us develop not only how to pay a position, but then secondly, an employee.
Thank you. Councillor Scott?
Thank you. Just, I hate to belabor the point that Councilor Kelly was trying to make, but I heard 30 days until we get some union information completed, and then I heard about a two-stage result delivery process. My question is, when will we have the full results of all of this work?
Well, again, I hesitate to give you a specific date. I'm trying to give you a general feeling for, the overall time frame. A lot depends upon, how quickly the city is able to be comfortable with developing the classification plan part of the overall compensation plan, in other words, the grade levels. What I shared with you before is that we've been focused primarily, as the initial objectives outline indicated, in writing the job descriptions. And that's involved giving the employees an opportunity to fill out a questionnaire or to mark up their current job description to tell us what they feel is an accurate description. And we've also afforded the opportunity to department heads to do the same thing. We've taken that information, and we're now in the process now of finishing writing the initial draft job descriptions. Once I know the mayor and the HR director are comfortable with the draft job descriptions, the next step is to send the descriptions back to the employee for them to review the draft and once again tell us what changes, if any, they feel need to be made so that they feel it's an accurate job description. And that takes some time. Okay, it's very, very important. Communication is probably the most critical aspect of managing compensation effectively, and it's very, very important. In fact, you really can't manage compensation effectively, in my opinion, unless everyone understands and agrees to the process that we follow to develop the plan. So it gets back to, from a time frame standpoint, we want to make sure that the employees have ample opportunity to tell us what they think is an accurate job description, and based on those job descriptions, then we're able to develop the classification plan, and all the while we're collecting the market data and the benefit data. So once we've written initially accurate job descriptions, then we'll develop the grade plan, and last but not least, the compensation plan consistent with the grade plan. So that will take, as I said, I'm roughly estimating a couple of months to complete. And the first priority is to get the union grade plans or groups done, at least as a draft plan initially, and all the while then, we'll start developing the non-union plan as well.
Okay, thank you. That was a long way to go for that.
Yeah, I can't give you, I wish I could give you a specific answer, but, the only reason I
it's
can't
okay, sir. I think I have it.
We want to allow the employees ample opportunity to communicate to us.
Thank you very much. We're going to take it to the counselor.
I'm just trying to amply communicate here. Maybe I just ask simply, when do we get our particular surveys to fill out about our job descriptions?
You mean for the council?
Yes.
Believe it or not, that survey's been completed. And I handed that in to the HR director yesterday.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, which one of us got the survey?
Handed it to the human resource director.
Oh, well, I'm sure it'll come back to us for our evaluation of that. Thank you.
Right. I'm sure the next step is through the mayor, that will be presented to you.
All set, Councilor McLaughlin?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I am grateful that we're prioritizing organized labor, because I remember during the last time we did this, non-union employees were prioritized first. So I'm glad we're doing it this time. If it means I have to wait, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, Councilor. All right, seeing no more discussion, we will place this item on file. Thank you very much for being with us at this late hour.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I look forward to meeting with you again.
Yes, indeed. Us too. Next item, please.
All right, take care. Great night.
That will return the council to the regular order of business. And item 4.2, an order by Councilor Strezzo that the Commissioner of Public Works remove or raise above human height the wire wrapped around a pole in front of 54 Porter Street and report back to the City Council who owns the pole.
Councilor Strezzo.
Mr. President, if we can take this order in the following order and send it right to committee, please.
Excellent. This item and 4.3 are referred to the Committee on Public Utilities and Public Works.
Item 4.4 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Director of Engineering, the Director of Water and Sewer, and the Executive Director of the Arts Council collaborate to start and adopt a catch basin program to promote visibility and cleanliness of catch basins in creative and artistic ways.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Mr. President, I have a lot of public utility orders. I won't speak on every single one of them, but a lot of these came from the Resistat or the not a Resistat meeting, the semi-annual, the twice-a-year meeting that we have. And it's always a great opportunity to hear the day-to-day issues from people in the community. So a lot of these are just orders that I'm placing, and a lot of them are orders that 6 months ago were not really addressed either. So what I plan on doing is just putting these orders in and, next Resistat meeting, see what actually happened, if hopefully sooner than that. This is an interesting one, though, brought to me by East Somerville Main Streets as a catch basin program. I grew up on Spencer Ave, which was like a saddle area that right in front of my house would get intense flooding, and we actually got on rafts and swam in them sometimes. It was a good time, but not good for infrastructure. And communities like the one I lived in, we had to clean our own catch basins. And a lot of people do this in the community. They clean out the catch basins, especially during snowstorms or when the trees and the leaves get caught up in it. So someone came to me with this idea of adopting the catch basin and not just making people, having people take care of them, but maybe having some community art on them, having it stand out, have it be something that makes it more interesting and livable. So this, if I can have any order on these referred to Public Utilities, Public Works, I won't speak on all of them, but I just wanted to highlight that good one.
Thank you, Councilor. Just so I understand, you wanted all of these next items to go to Public Utilities and Public Works?
Unless I say otherwise, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. We will refer this item to Public Utilities and Public Works.
Item 4.5 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Director of Engineering update the Ward 1 Councilor regarding the pavement of Otis Street, which is half completed on one side.
Councilor McLaughlin? No. Referred to committee, to Public Utilities and Public Works.
Item 4.6 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Director of Mobility installs speed bumps on Myrtle Street, Lincoln Avenue, and Virginia Street.
Councilor Wilson and Strezzo would like to sign on. That item's referred to Public Utilities, Public Works.
Item 4.7 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Director of Mobility repaint the no bikes on sidewalk signs along East Broadway.
Approved with a copy to Public Utilities and Public Works.
Item 4.8 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Commissioner of Public Works fill the potholes on the unfinished side of Otis Street.
Public Utilities and Public Works.
Item 4.9 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Commissioner of Public Works inspect the tree wells in front of 173 Broadway for compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Public Utilities and Public Works.
Item 4.10 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Commissioner of Public Works update this council on the status of the annual spring cleanups for the upcoming season.
Councilors Wilson, Scott, and myself would like to sign on. Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. So East Somerville Main Street's hosted their, once again, twice a year, community cleanup. And this used to be a citywide cleanup that was sponsored by a grant from a company, I believe. And I don't think we get that grant anymore. I don't know if that money dried up or if we just stopped applying for the grant. But citywide, we did not do these community cleanups, and I really value them, especially in East Somerville when we often have to clean our own trash in our neighborhood. So I'm wondering, what's going on with this and seeing what's going to happen in the future, because I think that it's a great community building activity, and it's also helps us keep our streets clean. So I'm curious about this. Probably not Public Utilities, but whatever committee you would think is appropriate.
I would say open space.
I would also even just take a written response just to know that this is happening in the future.
Okay. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it's not going to go to committee, I'd like to sign on so that I get that response.
Okay. Councilor Davis would like to sign on. Let's send a copy to open space. I think there's interest in this.
Item 4.11 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Director of Inspectional Services inspect the narrow alleyway near the Edgerly School for rodent activity and take appropriate measures.
Public Rodent Committee.
Rodent sounds good.
Item 4.12 is a resolution by Councilor McLaughlin that the mayor allocates $65,000 to fully fund the Food for Free school market program that feeds Somerville students nutritious meals.
Councilor McLaughlin.
So, Mr. President, I'm very fortunate to have in my neighborhood Food for Free, which is a group that I recently met with that, especially during COVID, has been feeding the youth in the city, also feeding seniors. And the city is funding them, but they do have an anticipated shortfall for this year that will impact their ability to provide food to people in our community. I'd love to see this small amount of money be spent. I already talked to the city about it, but I just wanted to make it official. I don't think this needs to go to committee. I just want to let it be known that the community would greatly appreciate this.
That item is approved. And Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we also send a copy of this to the state delegation to flag this so that they can hopefully further advocate for us? And although we have the, go ahead.
Well, sorry, I was just going to say, I don't mind doing that, but this is a very specific ask for the city, and there will be money to be talked about in the future as well, because this is not just a one-time thing. But, this is a one-time thing, but the need will always be there. So I don't think the state can particularly help us with this as quickly as I think it needs to be done.
Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you. Yes, it's more of the concept and the need to remind, because I know that this year was the first year that the state put forward an annual budget for free meals for all schools for breakfast and lunch. So I think that the conversation needs to continue on, and it's more just a prompt that this is still a very serious issue. It's not going away. So it's more of a prompt to just remind. Budget's been done and discussed, or it's on its way, but this is an additional prompt.
Excellent. Thank you.
Item 6A is a report of the Special Committee on Charter Review, meeting as a committee of the whole on May 24th, 2023.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. This body met last night as a committee of the whole some remote and some in person for 4 hours, and we concluded our public hearing live and in person. That was wrapped up by 6:20. I would say it was a very productive 3 hours of a meeting where we went through all of our line-by-line review and successfully concluded the City Council's stated goal at the outset of this process just over 6 months ago of taking in the recommendations of the Charter Committee and engaging in rich policy discussions on all of those points raised and more, several of which came up during our line-by-line review. I just want to applaud of course, all the staff that helped make this happen, our policy analyst Salisbury, Clerk Kim Wells, and of course the attentive eyes of my colleagues and all the members of the public that engaged with it. In the end, I would point people to the voluminous minutes prepared by our clerk, Kim Wells. In the smallest font I can put it in, it's at least 8 pages. I'm sure it's going to be a real doozy when it gets formatted in PDF. It's also a really rich watch to note both the mind-numbing tedium of going through a line-by-line document like that, but also the really crucial and vital civics discussions that can be had amongst the body, buried in that text. So, with that, the final results of the motions made at the meeting were the adoption of all Scrivener's updates, or most Scrivener's updates, a number of implementations of recommendations from the policy analyst, as well as policy intent that had been previously voted on by the council and then translated into language, and then ultimately the inclusion of a right of reconfirmation for the city solicitor that was moved by Councilor Davis at our previous meeting, or at our previous city council meeting, and referred into the committee. The end result is that the charter, as it stands, having had all that policy discussion, has now been referred to the mayor's office, where it will sit and hopefully undergo a very thorough review by her and her staff. I am hopeful that it will return to the city council in the fall, and that we can work together collaboratively with the mayor on creating a final version that we can all agree to sending to the State House. It will also be going to the law department for a legal review as well. So congratulations to all, and with that, I would request that the report be accepted as submitted.
Thank you, Councilor. That committee report is approved.
Item 6B is a report of the Committee on Finance, meeting on May 23rd, 2023.
Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Committee met on Tuesday night with all 5 members present, taking up an 11-item agenda over an hour and 57-minute meeting. We unanimously recommended that you approve tonight the acceptance of a roughly $5,000 grant from the Barr Foundation for mobility staff to attend the recent NACTO conference in Denver, acceptance of a roughly $18,000 state grant to HHS to restructuring the Food Security Coalition, an appropriation of around $104,000 from the Bike Share Stabilization Fund for the new blue bike stations at Assembly and Union Square, a 24-month extension of the contract with the Mystic River Watershed Association for revitalizing Blessing of the Bay Park, and 2 $15,000 transfers from salaries accounts to the city clerk R&M software account to pay for expanding the digital accessibility and archiving of the Code of Ordinances and zoning ordinances. We also discussed and unanimously recommended the adoption of an ordinance by Councilor Scott amending Section 2-323 of the Code of Ordinances salary ranges to provide cost of living increases to school committee members and city councilors. Councilor Scott used I believe a 4% annual figure to arrive at $54,000 for councilors. Councilor Kling and I mentioned the awkwardness of the situation where we're determining our own compensation. I inquired about both using Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, or CPI, calculator that gives a somewhat lower figure of $50,512 for city councilors and $18,593.51 for school committee members, and more specifically for chaining elected salaries to the CPI going forward to make these cost of living adjustments automatic and take away that potential awkwardness that we face when discussing our own compensation. We voted 4-1 against recommending approval of the proposed FY 2024 water and sewer rates, those being an 11% increase for water usage and a 15% increase for sewer usage. There was extensive back and forth between committee members and staff from water and sewer. Councilor Scott brought up potential cost savings from bringing in-house some of the work currently being outsourced to an outside contractor, citing those 11 special heavy motor equipment operator positions in water and sewer that are currently vacant. We talked about available financial assistance programs, both the low-income program through Cambridge with 134 households enrolled as of May 16th, and a proposed new credit for owner-occupied units. We discussed the two approaches, including the application process, got confirmation that the new applications are being accepted through the Cambridge Low-Income Program. We were informed of Water and Sewer's desire to hire a consultant to implement a new city assistance program at a cost of $250,000 in the coming FY 2024 proposed budget. There was a discussion about the implications of rejecting the proposed new rates, given the Poplar Street Pump Station project that just got the green light back in November. And we got a bit of a history lesson from Councilor Scott about when this has happened in the past, talking about rejecting proposed water and sewer rates. In the end, we did vote, like I said, 4-1 against recommending approval of those proposed FY 2024 rates. Finally, we kept Councilor Newfeld's item about discussing FY 2023 departmental budget review data in committee with the intention of taking that up at our next regular meeting in July. So with that, I ask that you accept this committee report as submitted.
So it's my understanding that there's a couple items we might want to sever. Mr. Chair.
I'll move to sever item number 23-0550 with the intention of sending that back to committee. The administration would like to do another presentation on proposed FY 2024 water and sewer rates during next month's departmental budget hearing for water and sewer, tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, June 7th.
Okay, so this is a vote to sever the water and sewer rates with the intention of sending it back to committee for further discussion. The alternative being a 0% increase with no further discussion. So let's take that vote to sever.
You don't need a roll call if you don't want one.
I don't want one. That item is referred back to committee. And Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to sever item 23-0827 for discussion tonight.
All right, that item is before the council. This is the council salary ranges ordinance.
Do we want to discuss this now or do the committee report? Well, I guess we got to do this first, right?
We did the committee report. Yeah, let's discuss
okay.
this. Yeah.
So, yes, I just want to flag this as a concern to me. And I think, Councilor Wilson, I think you used the word awkward. I agree it's very awkward, very uncomfortable for me to be talking about giving myself a raise. And having served on this council, when we did the previous compensation study, I felt like that was a fair and balanced approach. And it seems like, you know, we did not get an update on the compensation study that we wanted, and then a late order was submitted, and within like a 2-week period, we've decided to give ourselves a $14,000 raise, and that kind of concerns me a lot, actually, and I don't feel comfortable signing on to this at this time. I do believe that I can wait for a compensation study. This pay won't happen at least for another year until next term, and it's just struck me as a bad practice for us to be sitting here and determining salaries in such a way. I understand there were numbers that went into it, but I really just don't grasp it completely, how this decision was made. And I would say, I point out that we have on this agenda tonight appointments for 2 former Somerville City clerks who are going to be on the compensation study, the incomparable John Long and Rose Durham, who who are people that I really trust completely to know the value of the city council and to really put a lot of thought into it. And I do think that it's a weird position to be in. I trust them more than I trust us, to be completely honest. And that's not to impugn anyone's integrity, but it's to acknowledge that it's very hard to be objective when you're talking about a pay raise for yourself. So I would much rather have them and a committee of people discuss this and come up with a better, more practical and more transparent policy. And that's where I'm at on this. If we're voting on this tonight, I do not support it. I would much rather lay it on the table, wait for the study and to go down that path. And I just do want to add, like, no offense to people here, but this has never been a priority to me. And I feel like it's become a #1 priority on this council. Like, I hear about it every meeting, and it's just never been a priority for me ever. So I don't want the public to think, to associate me with this ask, because I've never asked for it.
Councilor Davis, then Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I also was a little surprised to see the vote come out of the Finance Committee on Tuesday on this. I didn't anticipate this would be something that would move so quickly, so I went back to watch the meeting. I also wanted to watch the discussion on water and sewer, and thank you all for that robust discussion. It was very helpful to see. And I kept getting confused because I got to the last half hour of the meeting, and I knew this vote had happened, and I kept thinking the tape must have cut off, because surely there was more than what ended up being like about a 25-minute conversation on something like this. And let me be clear, none of this is intended as, in like criticism, or I completely understand and respect the intent of the item, and no issue with any of the votes that were taken in terms of people making their own decisions. It just surprised me. I just objectively thought there'd be more conversation, and so I thought that I would, when we've talked about these types of things in the past, and granted, it's a different scenario, as the good councilor from Ward 1 mentioned, in the last time this came up, it was following a compensation review study, and there was, all sorts of slides with different, comparisons and for a bunch of different things, including, the mayor's salary, the city council salary. And I thought we'd be seeing that. I thought we'd be seeing, are there other city councils in the Commonwealth that have a cost of living, increase built in? Are those strong mayor forms of government that have that? Where do we stand? Where does this council's salary stand, in comparison, just in the static number it is now? And probably other stuff that I hadn't thought of, but there wasn't any of that, and that's not to say that all of that research didn't go into this. It may well have. I just didn't hear it. And so, I'm sort of two minds here. All of that goes to the first mind, which is I'm willing to be convinced that this is the right thing to do, but I'm nowhere close to being convinced, because I just haven't heard. I don't even know. I didn't hear, what the percentage was and how that percentage was chosen, and if that percentage is sustained, is supported by, precedent elsewhere or comparable scenarios, and so all that information may be forthcoming, but I didn't hear it. The other mind is, and I had thoughts on this coming in, but I'll just go to what we heard tonight at the public hearing around our planning and development process. The folks from the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association noted that at one point they had 5 different planners involved. I've had that experience too, where you build a relationship with someone's involved in the process, and then they move on. That's in part always going to be the case because we're an attractive city and we hire good people, and other places want good people, and so they hire them away from us. But as we've talked many, many times, and one of the reasons that we're happy to doing this salary study we lose people, and often because they can get paid better elsewhere. Somebody noted that they would vote tonight to double the city staff and their salaries. It was clearly, and in fairness, somebody else also said it doesn't take that many staff to do these things. So there was balance. So I want to acknowledge that. But when the last salary increase for the city council was proposed, and it also involved the mayor and the school committee at the time, I actually voted against it. Councilor McLaughlin and I believe Councilor Niedergang were the only three that voted against it at the time. And my argument back then was, I don't think that this money spending this money in this way will have any material impact on the service, the product that we provide to the taxpayers, vis-a-vis other ways we could use the money. I think at the time I said hire more building inspectors. Ironically or unironically, we still need to hire more building inspectors, and maybe we need to offer them more money in order to do that. But every department in this city, in my opinion, could use at least 50% more staff, including this one, which needs about, I'm bad at math, but I don't know, what would be 10 more Brendans? 1,000% maybe? I don't know. At a time when we're fighting for additional funding for staff for this council so that we can all serve our constituents more efficiently and more effectively, it doesn't make any sense to me to ask to put more money in my pocket. I use I phrases. I don't feel like putting more money in my pocket is going to help my constituents in any way. I would much rather see money put into city staff. And then, the other piece of it is just, and to echo what the good councilor from Ward 1 said, it doesn't feel right to me when we're in the middle of this process and where our staff, our clerk staff that are sitting here with us tonight at 11 o'clock are waiting for their pay increases, and all of the other workers in this city are waiting for their pay increases for us to sort of say, we want to get this in now so that it can take effect next year, as opposed to waiting an additional year and having that study and information come out. So I think there's still a part of me that could be convinced that this is still the right thing to do, despite all of the entire second half of my comment. But I'm certainly nowhere close to that. So. I don't want to suggest that if this were sent back to committee and I heard those things, I would still vote yes for it. That may well not be the case. But right now, there's no way I could vote to support this. It doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't feel ready, and it still doesn't feel right. So, I'll leave it to my colleagues whether we want to have a vote or send it back. As I said, sending it back might not change my opinion on it, but I certainly. I don't feel like I've heard the full argument to support it either, so I want to just be fair that, I don't feel like I've heard that piece of it. So that's my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So we have a number of councilors wishing to speak. I'll just make an observation. This needs 8 votes. There are 9 of us present, and 2 people just said they won't vote for it tonight. So I would recommend that we send this back to committee. But that said, I know councilors want to speak on it. I'm more than happy to call on folks. Councilor Klingon, then Scott, then Burnley had their hands up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I sit on that committee, and I was one of the people that voted in favor of this. I admit I was a little bit hasty on that. I'm not going back on the fact that I think that, we certainly and I want to say I depart from my colleagues that I certainly don't think we don't need a study to keep up with inflation. I mean, a lot of times, we actually poo-poo studies that hold back the unions from being able to get their what they should be getting until the study comes in, and then so in that sense, I part ways, but. Ultimately, I stand by what I said in terms of not feeling comfortable with voting for my own raise. I think that's awkward. I would like to have a discussion about taking this out of the charter and tying it to Social Security Administration increases, cost of living increases on a regular basis, or tying it to some sort of thing, or having the voters vote on it. I don't know, but I don't want to say that I don't think that, we had a discussion last year, and some people were talking about raising the salary to like $80,000 or something, and it wasn't really much. Most of us agree that that was a little out of line, but I felt like there was a consensus that certainly, a bump in pay was, especially again with regards to inflation. So I'm just really about fairness. Like, I'm fine with taking nothing, that's fine too. I feel the same way as far as like, it's not gonna, it seems, a trivial amount of money considering. But at the same time, I do, and I appreciate the work that Councilor Scott did, because his math, I think if you do it by the Social Security Administration, I think it's more like 23-point-something% since 2016. So it'd bring us more in like the 50,000 or something. And because they actually had a couple of really big increases in the last couple of years, 8.7 in 2023 and 5.9 increase in 2022, obviously recognizing inflation. So I think there's a fair way to do this. I think there is a way to do this, but I don't think it's just to vote for, based on nothing, to just vote for an increase. I definitely feel like I acted in haste. We were coming off that water department thing, and it was just like I don't know, it seemed like a fine thing to do, and the more, I didn't feel comfortable with it then, and I probably should have just took a breather to stop and think about it then. And I know I'm repeating myself, but I do agree that there is a way to do this, but this probably isn't it. This isn't it. And but I also don't think we necessarily need to wait for a study to tell us. I think there's a way to do this equitably and fairly for future counselors going forward. Thank you.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. So just to address some of it, this is not new. As has been noted, this was discussed in the last budget season. It was discussed in the year before that. It was enough of a discussion that it was on candidate questionnaires that we all filled out during the last election cycle 2 years ago. So it's not a new question. It's one that has been with us for some time. And while I can recognize that some people might be uncomfortable with advocating for their own pay, I would point out the many times that we have as a body spoken with one voice, with full throat, to support the rights of workers in the city to advocate for their pay, whether they are graduate student workers or coffee shop workers. This is a place where we don't have to walk a picket line with them. It is, in fact, within our power. Now, I am not, to that end, I'm not seeking something that is outrageous here. The question was asked, how did this number come about? And it's simple. It's certainly not arbitrary. It's 4%. 4%. Now, how did I settle on 4%? Well, for some of the reasons that were shown, it actually maps to the track of inflation since the last time the pay was set in fiscal year 17. And, in fact, to the fiscal year 08 increase, which is the last time it was bumped. It was bumped from $16,750 to $25,000. And if you plot a curve, that 4% actually tracks very well along that line. So, this is consistent with the past practice, except the past practice has always relied on a certain amount of inertia or the political goodwill of the mayor, if you will, or even just the ability to be able to point to somebody else and not have to take responsibility for saying, no, I deserve a cost of living increase. Just like I think every worker in the city of Somerville deserves a cost of living increase. I, as much or more than most, have devoted an enormous amount of my time here to advocate for the salary increases of both union workers and non-union workers. Some of you may remember the specific reclassifications I pushed in our last budget cycle to ensure that positions that were underpaid and had been underpaid historically got the adjustments made to increase their positions. You'll note that the only ones that I was able to do that to were the non-union positions, because the union positions are beyond our reach. We're not allowed into those negotiations. And it's going to take a lot more than 4% for us to be able to actually pay these people equitably and get these jobs filled in the water department and the sewer department. So I understand that maybe people who have never had to negotiate or negotiate collectively would be nervous about advocating for their own pay increase. But I believe this is justified. I believe it is easily justifiable. And so that is why I put forward what I feel is a very reasonable proposal. That said, the only entity that can change our salaries is us. It's in our charter, and it requires a 2/3 vote of the city council to do so. So that is what I put forth. There is no one else who can do this for us. There is only perhaps the potential political cover of it being raised by an outside entity or an outside committee or a paid consultant. So it's very simple. I don't think there's a moral decision here either way. As I said last night, it's a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We had Councillor Burnley, then Wilson.
Thank you, through the chair. To me, this is not an intellectual exercise or political abstract. It is about a few simple questions. Chief among them is, how much does it cost to live in Somerville? And what kind of city representation do we want to have? On the first question, I can say that the salary that the city council receives is not enough to live in the city of Somerville. That is clear to me because I took a pay cut to get this job, and now with 4 roommates and very few dependents, no children, I'm already underwater. I live in an apartment that costs, quite frankly, much less than many of my neighbors. I don't have car bills. I don't have many of the bills that some of my neighbors have to deal with. And yet it is a struggle to stay in this community. Now, if that relates directly to the second question, what kind of city representation do we want to have? If we want to live in a city where only the people who are already well off can represent their neighbors, only people who have a well-paying job, come into an inheritance, or are already retired and settled can lead their city towards a brighter future, then I think we shouldn't raise the salary, because that is exactly the reality we're going to have. Somerville is already hurtling towards a economic crisis of disparity between the people who grew up here, the people like myself who grew up low income and moved here hoping to be able to afford to stay here, and a swath of interests that are seeking to radically transform the community that we live and love in. I don't see a future where the folks who are closest to the pain can accurately and effectively sit in these chairs that we sit in every 2 weeks if we have a salary that does not allow people to live in the city. It's not a complicated question. I can understand if my colleagues feel awkward about this. This is not my top issue. I have put forward several ordinances about expanding benefits for all of our workers in some cases, and then in some cases for workers who have to deal with violence, which is a decision that this city can make. We could change our benefits so that all municipal workers who experience violence of any sort, domestic or sexual, get paid leave. Currently, we do unpaid. I've made that case here. I've made the case that we can do more when it comes to sick leave and family leave. I stood with the teachers when they fought for their staff. I stood with the unions, and you might remember during the last meeting and during several other meetings, I've had many representatives from several unions that represent people in our community stand up and fight for themselves. And I will continue to do that until I can no longer sit in one of these chairs. But I will be, I don't know, damned is a bad word. I will eat my shoe before I feel bad about asking to be able to live. Before I feel bad about saying, can I make enough money to pay my rent and buy food? What are we playing at here? We live in a city where, for its vast history, the people who made the rules are the people who own their homes, who were wealthy, who were connected, and then we woke up one day and said, we live in a really unjust society with a lot of haves and have-nots. How did we get there? This is exactly how we got there. We can't say we believe in equity in our salary when we refuse to actually act with the very little bit of power that we have to actually enforce that. I agree with my colleague from Ward 6. I would love for there to be more staff in several positions. I would love for us to fund these things. The council has no ability to do that. I would love if we did, but we don't. So that point, to me, becomes fairly moot when we refuse to use the power that we have to actually act upon our values. In my ideal world, the council, everyone who works for the council, everyone in the city makes enough to live here, to have a decent standard of living and relaxation, etc. We're not there yet. There's more to be done with this ordinance in particular. For other positions that are laid out in the ordinance sheet list, I'm happy to have those discussions. We are here today to talk about these ones in particular because for years, this council, previous councils, members of our public who spoke during our last budget season said, yes, the councilors should make more money. This was not an unpopular thing. Last year I tallied what had to be one or two dozen people who spoke in favor of us raising our own salaries. It's a weird thing for a community member to have to say to their political leadership, but it reflects the reality that this job can be, if you put in the time, very difficult. And I think it will only become more difficult in time. But just exactly for that reason, we need people who are going to be in the thick of those struggles to be able to take the reins of power. And at the way that we are funding these positions currently, no one who needs it the most is going to be able to afford to take it. I understand, according to the charter apparently, we effectively can't even vote on this tonight because, I mean, we don't have the people in the room for it, both literally and otherwise. But to me, this is about two things. what does it take to live in the city that we live in, not in other cities, not in using a compensation study that I remember reading that pissed me off that said, well, in this city they pay $3,000. That means nothing. The only thing that matters is what does it take to live in the city that you live in, and what kind of city do you want to live in? Do you want to live in one where the people who are closest to the pain can afford to be closest to the power, or do you not? This is how we actually actualize that value in my belief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I supported this on Tuesday night. For me, it was a no-brainer because every year without a cost of living increase amounts to an effective pay cut. It's just a fact. If we accept that the salary that was set 7 years ago was fair and equitable at the time, then that's no longer the case just because of inflation. Again, if we use the Bureau of Labor Statistics CPI calculator, $40,000 in 2016 is equivalent to $50,512.30 in today's dollars. While I would prefer to use CPI, or Councilor Klingon mentioned the Social Security Administration, Councilor Scott's $54,000 figure was in the ballpark, and I didn't really hear any support for my approach, so I went along with it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's a cost of living increase should be a non-controversial thing. And again, I would love it if this were handled automatically. Salaries can be reset periodically by a compensation study, but then in between years, it should absolutely go up with inflation. To me, it's a no-brainer. Thanks.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Just a couple quick points, Mr. Chair, on some language discussions. Was one, this is not a negotiation. This is us ordering the city to give us money, so I do not feel like it's a fair example to say that we are the same as city employees who cannot give themselves raises. Two, I just question the numbers. I think when I looked at it, the numbers seemed higher than a 4% increase per year. And three is this money's coming from somewhere, and like without an increase to the city council budget as a whole, that money's going to come from the city council line item. So we may be able to give ourselves our own raise, which I still kind of question, but that money doesn't mean the mayor has to give us money for the city council budget line item. So whatever raise we give ourselves is coming out of our clerk's budget line item. I haven't heard anything that's convinced me otherwise, and I think that everyone's have their mind up. I'm going to move to reject this proposal.
Colleagues, one option would be to take a vote on this. It doesn't seem like there's 8 votes for it. In that case, we could not take any kind of similar action in the foreseeable future. I personally would find it preferable for this to go back to committee and for further conversation to happen. There is a motion on the floor, though. Councilor, would you be willing to withdraw this so that this could go back to committee?
I mean, is anyone's mind going to be changed?
I'm not going to speak for anyone else. There are 2 councilors who are not present. There are councilors who have spoken who have said that they would like to see the results of the compensation study. That is what I have heard from colleagues. Councilor Kelly.
Excuse me, I have not, Mr. President, I have not spoken yet on
We'll hear
this
from
item.
Councilor Kelly, then Councilor Strezzo. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. My preference is for this to go back to committee. I was in the Finance Committee conversation when this happened on Tuesday night, and I agree with the spirit of this very much so. I'm concerned with what we heard from the compensation study tonight, that the City Council survey has already been filled out. I personally don't like people putting words in my mouth. I'd like to use my own words. So recognizing that a compensation study is coming at some point and may or may not have our words in it, I do think that is a relevant part of the conversation, but I am concerned about continuing to kick this down the road given the fact that the timeline for implementation is so far out from when we pass this. Even if we were to pass this now, this may not impact many of our salaries given the fact that many of us may not be sitting around this horseshoe come next year. So my preference would be that we send this back to committee, have a conversation. It sounds like there are different members of the Finance Committee who have different numbers swirling around in their brains, and it might give us some more time to think rather than kill the item tonight.
Councilor Strezzo.
I'm recommending, I'd like to see it go back to committee. I am compelled, but I want to see what, I'm going to hear what others have to say at Rose. I want to hear what John Long has to say, Rose Durham. And I'm curious to see what the compensation study says. Send it back to committee, please.
Councilor Wilson, then McLaughlin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Part of the discussion we had did revolve around the timeline for this. I believe Councilor Scott had made the point around ordinances needing to take effect in the first 18 months of a term.
On that point?
Just on that point, again, I've read a lot of different charters and a lot of different versions. That language is in our proposed charter. Our current charter, I believe, simply says that it has to it has to happen with a certain vote. But again, I'm happy to go do that research again right now.
Okay, Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair. I will withdraw the motion to not put anyone on the spot. I'll just say my position is I'd like to hear what John Long has to say about this. And that may take a while, and I'm okay with that. And I'll leave it at that. I'll withdraw my motion.
Now it's just a race of who can get to John Long first. Councilor Klingon.
Just quickly through you, Mr. President, I stand by what I said. I think that we need to look at how this is even, how these increases are even implemented as far as by ordinance, and I think that there's a better way to do this. And John Long may very well come back with more than what, if it kept up with inflation. I just want a fair way that is predictable and that doesn't require me to, vote on my own race. I don't look at it as negotiating. I don't look at it that way. That's what makes this so awkward, but I recognize that, I also want to say that I do part with what Councilor Burnley's saying, because I do feel like, first of all, I feel honored to serve this seat, and I've always had a second job. I worked at Stop and Shop for a second job before I got this second job. I know that some places people do it voluntarily. I know that some places they do it for whatever, like $10,000. I've always been very grateful for the pay that I receive, but I still recognize that everybody gets an increase once in a while, and so I think if it was done regularly in a fair way, tied to something like, again, the Social Security Administration's increases, which can sometimes be 0 and sometimes can be 8%, it would make a lot more sense. Thank you.
Councilor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if it's possible to submit a motion regarding legislative matters taking up exploring ordinance on systematizing this. Is that a thing I could do tonight? Because I do think there are two conversations to have. There's the kind of policy implications of automating and standardizing our wage increases, and then there's the kind of financial implications of what percentage we would give ourselves and what a general wage increase would be, right? A jump versus what happens in the future. So I don't know if it's possible. I'm looking at the chair of Legislative Matters to make a motion tonight to send an item to Legislative Matters so we can also have this discussion in 2 committees.
Doesn't strike me that there's any procedural issue with having 2 separate amendments proposed to the same ordinance, but maybe I'm wrong. Can we have 2 separate amendments being discussed to the same ordinance in 2 different committees?
In 2 different committees, you cannot, but it sounded like that was a motion to consider, right, as opposed to an amendment to an ordinance.
Okay, the clerk has pointed out that this is a motion to consider a policy question rather than a specific amendment. Councilor Davis, do you want to speak on this?
So I'm happy to take whatever is the will of the council into committee. I'm not sure I see the benefit of separating them out. I mean, we typically, so historically, we've sort of try to keep conversations in the same place so that they can be, have the full context. So I'm not, that's sort of my thought, but I
Finance has
will
a
also
clear
note that
calendar for the
given
next month, so we'll have capacity for this. Councillor Kelly?
I'm happy to just withdraw and wait until see what the finance committee does in the next 6 weeks before the end of recess. And if there's any necessity to have another discussion in legislative matters as an additional conversation, happy to, but maybe we just round it out in finance and see how far we can get.
Okay, I'm going to refer this item back to the Finance Committee. Councillor McLaughlin?
President, I do have an additional motion as well. I would like to resolve that this council rediscusses or reconsiders the role of the city council salary powers in regards to the city charter. I know that it's literally the 11th hour, but I think, we set a precedent, so I think it's acceptable.
Do you have that resolution, Clerk?
The city council discusses.
I'll phrase what I'm trying to get at is I'd like to re-review our role in the upcoming city charter in regards to our powers to give ourselves raises.
Okay, that motion is approved and referred to the Committee on Charter.
That now puts the Finance Committee report before the council.
Seeing no further discussion, that report is Councilor McLaughlin.
I'm sorry, I do have something to say about this as well. I know the hour is late. But I did want to commend the Finance Committee for not approving the water and sewer rates, and I do understand why people would want to approve it as well. I just want to, big picture idea is the city the city needs money for infrastructure. That's an absolute fact. And we're either going to raise the rates on people or we're going to have to find other sources of revenue for this. And I feel like this is a conversation that comes up every year, and we've already projected to have dramatic increases in water and sewer every year for the next few years. My residents are concerned about this. I acknowledge the importance of having additional infrastructure revenue, but I'm also concerned that some people just can't afford it. So I think we might have to be looking at how we're going to fund this in other ways. And to be completely honest, that might involve cutting things that people really like. So we have to find a balance. I'm acknowledging the need for infrastructure with other issues that are also important to people. But thank you all for your hard work on that.
That item is approved. Councillor Strezzo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agreed. And I was amping up for the conversation, not looking forward to it, because, yes, I think that the water rates, as they were proposed before you in Finance, would absolutely be the difference between displacement for some residents and not. And I am looking forward and plan to have a longer conversation about the proposed plan of support that the administration has committed to tweaking. I am skeptical of it, but I'm ready for the long conversation of it, and I'm not going to commit to anything until I feel safe, that my residents feel safe with it.
The committee report is approved.
And that puts one item before the council for a roll call vote. Item 23-0718, appropriating $104,247.14 from the Bike Share Stabilization Fund for new stations at 5 Middlesex Ave and 10 to 50 Prospect Street.
On the item.
On the item, Councillor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Burnley.
Aye.
Councillor Gomez-Molcad. Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Pineda-Neufeld. Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 9 councillors in favor, none opposed, and 2 absent, that item is approved. The next item is item 6C, a report of the Committee on Land Use, meeting in joint session with the Planning Board on May 18th, 2023.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Oh my, Mr. Chair, the hour is late. I'll make this quick. We discussed a few items, public hearings, no votes taken. The most important one is the Nexus study for increased linkage fees. We're looking to increase it from $11.23 to $22.46. A lot of developers didn't like it. A lot of residents loved it. That item was kept in committee. We had an item for 295, 297 Medford Street that was withdrawn. We had a, let's see, a request for Union Square 1 development requesting the adoption of zoning text amendments, plans for Union Square with mixed reviews. That item's going to remain in committee. It's a big picture item, so it'll take a while to discuss that. And then we had some basic changes to the zoning ordinance to remove errant text and allow affordable housing to be built. That item was also kept in committee. No, wait. Yes, that item was kept in committee. All items kept in committee. One of the longer land use committee meetings. Happy to do so, and I submit this committee report to be accepted.
That item is approved.
Item 6D is a report of the Committee on Legislative Matters, meeting on May 16th, 2023.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will leave the bulk of the report to the minutes, but I wanted to note that we do have one item before us, which is an ordinance amendment. This is related to the series of amendments that we passed a little while back to add the family or relationship structure as a protected class for purposes of anti-discrimination statutes or ordinances. The one that we, as I noted, then the one that we didn't take action on at the time was the ordinance that relate to housing. And the reason at the time was that the administration, the housing folks, were concerned about a number of things, conceptually fully on board, but just practically concerned with the ability to enforce, and they wanted to. There were some questions that were about enforcement of complaints, claims made for the existing categories, and so several weeks. This is, I think we talked about this first on Valentine's Day, and then second on Pi Day. We had since February sort of sort through some issues, but there'd been some staffing changes, and so I fully believe no fault or ill intent of the folks in housing. They just still hadn't had the full responses to the questions. So I really wanted to bring this up again and frankly push it through, because the argument that I made in committee was, even if we don't have the capacity right now to enforce this, let's change the law to make it illegal to discriminate against folks for this particular reason, and in hopes that perhaps maybe they won't do so. And if it turns out that there are a whole bunch of claims that we don't have the ability to enforce, then let that be an alarm bell to us that maybe we need to make quick drastic changes, including throwing money at what apparently would be a problem. And the folks in the administration agreed with that, and so we have this before us, and this is, as I said, this is essentially adding family or relationship structure as one of the protected classes in our various housing ordinances. With that, I ask that the report be accepted as submitted, and then we'll move for enrollment and ordainment of the amendment.
Councilor Burnley on the report.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just want to thank the chair of licensing and permits, myself. Legislative Matters, the other LMLP. Okay, there we go. Lincoln Park LP. Okay. So I want to thank him, and I also want to thank folks from our housing division, Fair Housing Division specifically, because I agree with my colleague that I think they've been acting in good faith, and not only did they not give us a reason to slow down the progress on this when we asked them during the last meeting, they had someone who said, no, we think you should do this. We're trying to work it out, but we think you should pass it now. And to me, that was incredibly encouraging, and it's quite rare, to be honest, to hear that from the administration. Or from any administration. And I just want to convey the feeling I've gotten from the community around these ordinances, which has been overwhelmingly positive. I've met a lot of folks since we passed these ordinances who've just told me how excited they are, how happy they are. I've noticed a number of people saying they want to move to Somerville, and it has captured both national attention and I will say also international attention, because there's a reporter from Germany on her way here in a couple of weeks, and Somerville all over the world on the map now. So I just want to point out this does matter to people. It does excite them. It does get their hearts feeling like they have a home here. And I think amongst many other things that we can do that are material, that is an incredibly important power that this council has. So I hope that we continue to do that. And also Cambridge just introduced these same laws earlier this week, because where Somerville goes, Cambridge goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. That item is approved, and the ordinance is before us.
Yes, so that will put enrollment of amendments to section 741, 743, 744, and 747 of the Code of Ordinances related to fair housing before the council. On enrollment, Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Mocad. Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld. Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 9 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 2 absent, that item is enrolled. On ordainment, Councilor McLaughlin.
Aye.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Gomez-Mocad. Councilor Kelly.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld. Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 9 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 2 absent, that item is ordained.
Hear, hear.
The next item is item 6E, a report of the Committee on Public Health and Public Safety, meeting on May 15th, 2023.
Councilor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a fantastic meeting on the 15th. All members were present. We took up a number of items, some of which have documentation within the meeting minutes. So if you had an item that you submitted that was on the agenda, there might be an additional document there. In particular, there was a document about the number of firearm incidents discharged since 2018. That's broken down in an even more macro way than the item we had taken up a few months prior. We discussed the contraceptives vending machine. The administration is actually looking into it, which was fantastic to hear. There is one on the Tufts University campus right now, and you don't have to be a Tufts student to have access to it. So for public notice, if you need anything like Plan B or I forget the exact list of items that are in it, but Plan B is in particular in the vending machine. There's one on the Tufts campus. We discussed the Taxi to Health program, which has had phenomenal success. One of the issues that was raised is that, however, the taxi can't bring folks to emergency medical treatments, which obviously most people know an ambulatory service, ambulance ride can be extremely cost prohibitive for folks. So, we had a conversation about how do we explore making sure that people get emergency medical treatment rides and not just standard issue medical treatment rides. The main issue is liability of the taxi service. And then Councilor Ewan-Campen, I'm not sure if we captured the spirit of the item that you submitted regarding the Community Engagement Center, but we did talk about the Somerville Homeless Coalition's Community Engagement Center. I'm not sure if that was the engagement center you were looking for answers on, but we did get that info. And we will be discussing the Save Consumption site again at our July meeting. We want to give the administration all the way till the end of the session to get us a timeline. So check back in July. We'll be having that conversation all over again. And with that, Mr. President, I ask this report be accepted.
Thank you very much. That item is approved.
The next item is item 6F, a report of the Special Committee on Rodent Issues, meeting on May 23rd, 2023.
Councillor Kelly.
It's a double feature. The rodents, they have issues. We know that. We had a really fantastic presentation from the environmental health coordinator and the director of ISD, updating us on all the smart box hits that are going on within phase 2 in particular. One very interesting piece of information was that the Lincoln Park smart boxes are actually not receiving as many hits, aka like rodent electrocutions, as they anticipated. So those boxes will most likely be phased out and moved somewhere in East Somerville. There are some particular neighborhoods where there are commercial dumpsters and residentials and abandoned buildings and all the things that rats love to swim in. So those will probably be moved, but if you were one of those Lincoln Park folks who was looking for more smart boxes, please keep reporting them on 311. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We're dealing with the rats bit by bit. We're getting some new technology. We're getting some more staff, hopefully in ISD, to be dealing with rats. But many of those pieces of information will come in the next week or so when we get the budget. And with that, I ask that all the issues dealing with rodents in this report get accepted.
The rat issues are accepted.
And that brings us to item 7.1.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move to waive the readings of agenda items 7.1 to 7.14, 8.1, 10.7, and 10.8, and ask those be sent to Finance. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Those items are referred to the Finance Committee.
The next item will be item 7.15.
We can waive the reading of this and the next and refer those to confirmation of appointments, and we can waive the readings of 7.17 and refer that to legislative matters, please.
So that brings us to item 9.1.
Councillor Burnley.
Thank you. Thank you. Very abbreviated license pilot talk. I'd like to waive the readings of items 9.1 through 9.8, as well as 10.15 and through 10.17. Is that right? Is that right? Wait, what? Wait, nope. Actually, strike that last part. And yeah, I'd like to move to approve several of these block parties and license drains, layers.
Very well. Are we set on the numbers?
9.1 to 9.8 will be approved, yes.
Okay. Those items are approved. Thank you.
So the next item is item 9.9, a public communication from David Gutierrez submitting comments regarding street closures during Porch Fest.
Okay, thank you. That item is placed on file, and let's waive the readings of 9.10 to 9.13 and place those items on file.
Item 9.13 has already been taken up, but we will do that for 10 through 12.
Thank you.
Item 10.1 is an order by Councilor Gomez-Moacad.
Let's waive the readings of 10.1 to 10.3. Councilor Gomez-Moacad asks that these be laid on the table until the next meeting.
Item 10.4 is an order by Councilor Kelly that the Chief of Police halt the use of unmarked patrol vehicles for all traffic enforcement.
Can we take up the following item as well? Thank you.
Item 10.5 is an order by Councilor Kelly that the Chief of Police and the Director of Mobility report to this council on the methodology used for pedestrian and cyclist stops made by police department officers.
Councilor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. This comes directly from constituents who were both witnessing and stopped during cyclist traffic enforcement. You know, we had a fairly robust conversation during the Finance Committee meeting about the traffic enforcement grant and all the changes that went into that and how excited we were that the police department had changed a lot of what was in that state given traffic grant. And And then a few weeks later, there are unmarked vehicles pulling over cyclists for unclear reasons and indiscriminate stops. So I think it's really important that, one, we're not using unmarked vehicles when we're making these types of traffic stops. One of the conversations that we had way back in 2022 when we first discussed the traffic enforcement grant was the fact that the city of Somerville doesn't engage in speed traps. I was glad to hear that, but quite frankly, I think an unmarked vehicle is as close to a speed trap as you can get. And in addition to that, I think it's really critical that we know how exactly we're stopping cyclists. Obviously, with traffic enforcements where you're pulling over a vehicle, you have a radar gun, you can say this car was going this far over the speed limit, they were driving recklessly, they were in a bike lane, whatever. What I heard directly from constituents is it was unclear why cyclists were being stopped. So I think it's really important that we know what the methodology is about why we're making police-conducted traffic enforcement stops of cyclists and pedestrians, and especially if that money is coming from a grant that we've had a multitude of conversations over. It didn't feel like it was in the spirit of what we were told in the Finance Committee, was that the efforts of this grant in particular were going to be used for educational purposes, flyering in the squares, not necessarily doing more enforcement and stops. So I'm happy to send these to traffic and parking. I'm happy to send these to public health and public safety. I'm curious if you have an opinion, but I do think it's worth us knowing what exactly is going on when we make these kind of stops of cyclists and pedestrians.
Before we talk about committees, I saw no? Okay, not on this. I think probably public health and safety makes sense for these. Let's refer it to that committee. Thank you.
Mr. President, yeah, thank you. If I could, I could just like to make a comment on item 7.17. We apparently zipped past it in a moment of sleepiness, perhaps.
Certainly.
Could we
waived the reading. Let's read that item.
7.17.
Item 717 is a request of the mayor requesting approval of the surveillance technology impact report for FLIR MC300C marine camera.
Thank you. So this, the Committee on Legislative Matters will meet next Tuesday because this hadn't yet to be referred to committee. It was not on the current agenda, but the administration has asked me to add it, and I've checked with the clerk's office and informed that that's perfectly okay because it wasn't foreseeable, so it wasn't before. So at the administration's request, we will put this on the agenda for the meeting next Tuesday. Just wanted folks to know about that, particularly the committee members, if you want to have a read, and of the vast audience that's still watching us tonight, the members of the public want to have a read and weigh in on it beforehand, by all means, let us know what you think. Thank you.
Sounds like we should inform our dolphin constituents, potentially. It's a marine camera. Next item.
Item 10.6 is a resolution by Councilor Burnley demanding the end of anti-union activities by Starbucks.
Councilor Burnley.
Thank you. Back on my pro-worker stuff. This was brought forward in connection and collaboration with union workers, or would-be union workers at the Starbucks on Somerville Ave. They filed a petition with the NLRB on February 24th to get an election. They have still not gotten an election. March 15th, they did a walkout when they were illegally disciplined for wearing union insignias, which the NLRB says is, quote, presumptively unlawful for businesses to do. And as they have pushed to get fair wages and better working conditions from a corporation that is worth over $113 billion, and whose then and three-time CEO Howard Schultz has repeatedly made anti-union comments, saying, quote, he would never accept unions as part of Starbucks. These workers have faced a flurry of anti-union behaviors, including cuts to would-be union employees' hours, abuse of the disciplinary process, illegal enforcement of the dress code policy, as I mentioned, in overall efforts to divide the workers and keep them from having a fair election. So I just want this item to be one more reminder for all businesses in the city of Somerville that we stand with our workers, we stand with unions, and doing unlawful acts can result in negative consequences for said business. And to ask specifically Starbucks at this location, 711 Somerville Ave, to allow a fair election to take place without interference. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to sign on to that resolution. And that item is approved. Oh, it looks like the council would like to sign on.
The next item is item 10.9, a communication of the mayor conveying the appointment of Ada Wren Mitchell, Joe Bergio, and Becky Donner to the Arts Council.
That item is placed on file.
Item 10.10 is the mayor's communication conveying the appointment of Marianne Wallace to the Pilot Advisory Task Force.
That item is placed on file.
Item number 10.11 is the mayor's communication conveying the appointment of John Long and Rositha Durham to the Municipal Compensation Advisory Board.
That item is placed on file.
I already told him to give me a raise. Item 10.13 is an officer's communication from the school committee conveying a resolution passed on May 8th, 2023 regarding school facility challenges.
Recommend taking a look at this, colleagues. That item is placed on file.
Item 10.14 is an officer's communication from the Affordable Housing Trust conveying the fiscal year 2018-2019 Affordable Housing Trust Fund report.
That item is placed on file. Timely item.
Item 10.15.
Do you want to?
Through the chair, sorry. I'd ask to waive the readings of items 10.15 through 10.17 and move them to licenses and permits.
Those items are referred to licenses and permits.
And that brings us to the end of our agenda for the evening, Mr. President.
It's not midnight yet. We did it.
Gotta ask the next question, though.
I have to ask it. Are there any late items?
There are two late items before this council. The first is a resolution by Councilor Scott urging the mayor to appoint the two vacant appointments on the Biosafety Committee and restore it to a functional body.
That item is approved
Councilor Scott has asked that go to Public Health and Public Safety.
and referred to the Committee on Public Health and Public Safety.
And the next late item is an order by Councilor Wilson that the city solicitor appear in executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to update this council on the status of collective bargaining negotiations with all municipal bargaining units.
Thank you. That item is referred to Finance Committee, or maybe laid on the table. Yeah, well, let's lay it on the table because we'll do that as a full council.
And there are no further items before the council, Mr. President.
Excellent. Thank you all. This meeting is adjourned.